Good morning, everybody. How are you guys doing? Hello, hello, hello. Happy Monday. Let me get over to the other screen. Hold on. Hi. Hello, hello, hello. What are you guys up to? I hope you're all doing well. Is this Sons of the Forest or Arcs of Omen? It's gonna be Arcs of Omen. Are you guys reacting like that? Because I used the... Okay, here's a question I have. Because Penn also gave me crap for this. I just used a cool thumbnail. All right, I wasn't using the... It's literally the Arcs of Omen storyline. It's literally... It's literally Arcs of Omen. Not only that, I'm not even gonna do the video about the lion. Thank you, Yura. I'm gonna be doing the video, the next one in the Arcs of Omen saga. See, I wanted to clickbait you guys, and I ended up playing myself. I am studying ancient Egypt. Cool. Cool. But how are you guys today? I hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. I know a lot of you guys were hanging out over on Twitch yesterday. It was a lot of fun. Arcs of Lion, got it. Sorry, I just woke up. Why are you sorry? There's nothing to be sorry about. Scammed? Yeah, scammed that I played myself. You know, I'm good at that. What can I say? What can I say? But I'm going to be churning out a lot of videos today, I think. It's very, very low energy compared to usual. So I figured, you know what? That's a good opportunity. I'll go pretty quickly into the content so I can start building up a little bit of a backlog for my release schedule, which is good. You know, right? With the baby coming, I think it would be in my best interest to do that. I love the time zone. It's almost nighttime here. I mean, I try my best to accommodate everybody's time zone. Before YouTube started throttling my videos, and by throttling I mean they just don't send out notifications. I tried sending out one in the morning and one at night, so every time zone got one. Like I really did try. I really did try. She's so Alfarious, she even played herself. I did. Also, to anybody who's joined in the Ark server, I hope you're having a good time. It's been a lot of fun, and we were actually playing the Ark server on stream yesterday. My God, my saga of trying to like settle where I am. I'm literally in hell. I'm literally in hell. Every time I do something, it dies. It's so bad. It's so bad. Playing some Ark Raiders while watching and listening. Oh, that's great, Bubba J. I hope you're having a good day. Exams are at the gates, and I must face them in battle. You'll do fine. I believe in you. I believe in you. Truly, I will. All right. So, I don't think there's really a lot to talk about. YouTube doing this, its thing again. I mean, it always does that, right? So, YouTube always only limits you to 3 pings a day. And I usually try to make a post when I go live. I didn't do it today, because I'm going to release a video later, too. But normally, I would post, and I would post 2 videos and sometimes even live stream in there. But when I would live stream, do 2 videos and a post, it would get throttled, and it would pick and choose like which ones wouldn't get sent out. How about that Rex taming? Am I right? Hey, I got one. It just took me a while. We have Cavatapi. All right. It just took, 3 attempts. On the bright side, if anyone tries to raid you, they most likely get ganked by wild T-Rex first. I mean, that is true. That is true. Building my new army, the Guard. Ooh. Oh, speaking of Warhammer, my book came today. My character encyclopedia book came. So that's really cool. I'm very excited. It has a Lieutenant Titus miniature in it. So I'm going to be painting him, which will be really fun. I think this has all the figures in it. Or just as individual characters, I'm not sure. No, it has the figures in it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, all these are really cool. So I actually have like a little encyclopedia now. These are really neat. These are really neat. Oh, look, here's an Erebus figure. Erebus, the Primarch of the 18th Legion. Yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. Good morning. Xanth, one of your gifts came. The encyclopedia came. I was just looking at it. It's really cool. Thank you again. The Lex Encyclopedia has arrived. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really neat. It's really neat. The video fell before the yaps. Also, when I get home, doing my first painted commission for someone, Space Wolf heads. If anyone saw my minis in Discord, that's the quality. JW, I actually wanted to commission you. I'm unironically, I wanted to, but figuring out how to do it and the logistics of it for me with my privacy and even my PO box, it's really difficult for me to figure out. Erebus lives stomp stomp. Yeah, exactly. Erebus lives stomp stomp. All right, we're gonna go pretty quickly into the video today. Like I said, it's gonna be pretty content driven today, so we're gonna just kind of vibe and give our commentary and everything. So that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. Erebus my Primarch 07. I mean, the EU part isn't that big of a deal to me. Like, I understand that the shipping is not fun, but I do a lot of international shipping with stuff regardless. It's more so just a matter of, again, dealing with the intricacies of privacy for me, being a VTuber and yada, yada, yada. But yeah, if anybody ever wants commission work, look at JW's figures. My God, he does amazing work. Amazing work. Have you considered speed painting? Me or JW? I'm hoping you mean JW, because certainly not me. Certainly not me. If Erebus isn't the Primarch on the 18th Legion, where are all the people correcting Tetra on the fact citation? You know, that's very true. Very true. You know, in the comments below, if you watch this video, please tell me why Erebus is your favorite Primarch and why the 18th Legion is so lucky to have him. It's him, James Workshop. What misinformation? Erebus is the best Primarch. Salamanders are so lucky to have... See, exactly. All right. You mom, what? Huh? What? No, I do not speed paint. My tanks had to take about 20 plus... Oh, that hurts my soul. 20 hours is so much time. It's so much time. I don't know why, but my Pokemon gym music is sounding good with the stream. I'm glad. Oh, Tetra, I'm drawing some fan art for you. I was wondering where I could send you a preview for it. Oh, I mean, you could post it in the Discord in the fan art section, or you could post it with my art tag on Twitter. Okay. Let's go over and get the video on. Let's go and watch some Arcs of Omen. This is the Angron video, I think, right? Do you want to know how much time I spent on my con? Sure. I'm scared, but sure. Don't start. It didn't start. Okay, cool. All right, so the first video we're going to be watching today, let me actually switch over to the other screen and get my music off. I might have to lower the volume. I feel like I raised it for some reason. I don't know why I would have done that, but I think I might have done that. Where is... Ugh, there it is. Okay, music is going off. Let me turn this on. It should just work. Okay, great. The first video we're going to be watching today is going to be the Arcs of Omen and Angron Reborn. I'm looking forward to this. I know that I said we were going to be watching the Lion one first, but like, I want to watch them in order. They're all so good so far. This is the third one, I think, right? This is the third Arcs of Omen saga one, or is this only the second? It might have only been the second one, right? Because we watched the Vashtor one already. But I've been thriving, and I love this little story saga already. But yeah, what the heck? No 1 hour tirade? No, not today. Not today. Today we can just get into the videos. All right. Volume should be good.
Welcome everyone to another episode of the Adeptus Ridiculous Pod.
I know, I say it every time. And I know people say, oh, it's Shy doing it. I hate it. I hate that they just can't give him proper audio.
Podcast. My name is DK Diamantes. My co-host is Bricky, and today I think we're gonna learn about some Arcs of Omen, and I'm super hype, and it's just love the last episode. But before we get too far into that, if you enjoy today's episode,
wait, this is probably Angron's biggest W in the lore, like more so than him being an empath. Because, like, I don't know if you know this, but Angron was supposed to be an empath. And people who watch this video afterwards, if you guys didn't know it, Angron was supposed to be an empath. And if you guys aren't getting the joke, a lot of people need to remind me that Angron was an empath.
of the podcast and you feel like maybe let's support these guys, heading over to patreon.com/Adeptus Ridiculous, where you can get access to our Discord, bloopers if they happen. At the $15 tier, you can get all of our posters in HD digital form, and if we hit the $20,000 goal, which is just, I don't get it, but thank you so much for the support. We will be doing.
I was like, we don't get it. Like, Warhammer fans, and you make good content. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Doing one episode on Warhammer Fantasy. I'll be taking.
Wait a minute. This is my first Warhammer reaction with the new model. That's kind of cool. A little overwhelming, but kind of cool. All citation needed. Why is there a citation needed? But fair.
In the reins, and I'll try and teach Bricky a little something about Warhammer Fantasy. So patreon.com/
One day I will learn Warhammer Fantasy.
Ridiculous.
One day.
You get one.
You get one.
I refuse to subject myself to rats. I have rats in my house.
Oh, that's right. You
Look
do.
at that
You're
little
being
guy.
invaded by the Skaven because you don't like fantasy.
They're far less potent than I.
Thank you, Necro. I didn't know he was an empath. I didn't know he was an empath. Thank you.
Expected. Besides that, for our next book club, as the episode on Belsar's Call just came out, we are going to be doing Master of Mankind.
Ooh, we're finally doing it.
Yes.
I thought he already started that one. Like, I thought in the first part of the Ark's Omen series, they already had started that one. I guess I made a misunderstanding on that one.
A heavily recommended book. That is the next one up. Give it a read, give it a listen, give it, and then moving on. And last but not least, check out the merch. We got orchid8.com. There's merch there. We have great new posters
one, right?
of many types. We have flags that you can fly high, and dice and objective mats. It's all good stuff. So shirts, hoodies, so on. Check it out. All in this.
Actually, wait, that wasn't a Slanesh one. Is that supposed to be like a femboy or a femme version of Fulgrim? Who is the snake? Because that wasn't the snake thing, right? Wait, go back. Hang on. Is this supposed to be Slanesh? I feel like they said it in a previous episode. I just don't remember. That's not Vashtor. This is Fulgrim. Yeah, okay.
Description at orchid8.com. DK.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't much have a quote for you, but I have the opening of this book if you'd like me to just kind of give this small paragraph a read to kind of set you up.
Hit me with it. Set me up. Someone set us up the bomb. Bricky set us up the quote.
So you wouldn't call the World Eaters subtle, would you?
Oh, they're the most subtle. What do you mean?
No. With a name like World Eaters, no.
All right, good. Because the first sentence here is, the Eaters of Worlds.
Oh, okay.
The blood god's sacred slaughtermen, chosen legion of Khorne. None
They're
there
so happy,
are
though.
who offer greater tribute to the Lord of Skulls. None more committed to battle.
Look at the little happy guy on the bottom left. He's got his tongue out. He's like, bah, ah. He's so intimidating. He's just so happy. He's just a happy little guy with the nails in his head. He's just living his best life, murdering and pillaging. It's fine.
In his name. Many are those who brand the World Eater shattered, fragmented sons of a broken father. Those same fools soon fall beneath the churning teeth of bloody blades, their skulls cast flensed upon the offering pile. Yet for all their sacred butchery, there are none amongst this blood-blessed brotherhood to compare to their sire. He is the bladed hurricane, he is the unstoppable beast, fury given form, the gore-spattered demigod of carnage. He is the Red Angel, and demons and mortals have slain and striven for the honor of fighting in his charnel shadow.
This is I feel bad pausing in the quote, because it actually is a good quote. But I have a question with Angron, because you said that this is Angron's biggest W. Is that because Angron has kind of become a plot device to show the strength of other characters? Because since his respawn time is what, like 8 days, or what was it, 8 years? 8 years, 8 months, 8 days, right? So since he has a respawn time where he can come back pretty frequently, is it more just a matter that he has become a device for other characters? I remember his head popped from Sanguinius, correct? Karn better than Angron? Yes, essentially yes, a bit, yeah, okay.
He is Angron, Eater of Worlds, and his onset heralds death.
Wow.
We're starting off strong.
Wowie. Blood-blessed brothers. There's some alliteration for your daily life. Holy moly. Okay, I like it. I mean, let's go. I mean, that is so on the nose World Eaters. Like, if you had just told me that, I was like, oh yeah, this is obviously a World Eaters
I hope it's not.
episode.
That'd be
We're
so
gonna be
funny.
talking about some Angron shenanigans. Let's go. Also, again with the flensing, they love that word. No flame,
gotta make that,
flensing. We gotta
Gotta make that
flens.
skull, gotta make that skull clean.
Nice and clean and smooth, just like my brain.
Gotta stack it on the pile.
On the pile. Gotta make a throne out of it. You don't want to have dirty.
People overblow how bad it is. He's died a few times since returning. Most of his deaths are pretty fair. I mean, the only one that I could think of is just the Sanguinius one popping his head. Right, like that's the one that I think of. I'm just asking because usually whenever, and this is not a Games Workshop problem, this is like a thing in any long-lasting series. Whenever there is an antagonistic character who is either immortal or has something that just makes him completely overpowered in the eyes of the reader, he usually is just used as a plot device where they're so strong just to show you how strong somebody else is. You know, he's so powerful just to show you that the other person who kicked his butt is better. Like 80% of named chaos characters can be respawned, so if they're important and have a name, they either have giga plot armor or are jobbers.
Skin flaps on your skull throne, right? You gotta polish that skull.
This is the biggest W for chaos and a massive loss for the Imperium. Oh, okay. Wait, biggest win for Cat? Bigger than Cadia?
Truly an offering worthy. So, as for those of you viewers who don't know where we're at right now, this is not the episode on Angron, if that's what you were hoping for. We have an episode on Angron himself and his backstory in the World Eaters that we've already done. And this is technically the second part of the Arcs of Omen book series. If you are not caught up, I would go back and watch the Vashtor. I know it's Abaddon one, but the images of Vashtor.
Yeah. It's
and
sick,
the last
too.
one.
That's the last one we did. It was really good.
Yeah, good job, Ted. I hope he maintains the Arcs of Omen style for this one too, to make it consistent.
Oh, it's so cool. It's really great work. Anyway, go ahead.
But yeah, so that kind of gives you a little bit of a heads up. So
Sorry, I keep on hearing like my
starting
cats
off, we have Angron. And Angron is aboard a fleet of heretics and world eaters. These are all currently translating through.
Angron is the Goku of Warhammer. That I feel like that's gonna upset so many people. Strider, I feel like that's gonna trigger people. How could you, do you know how many people comment actuallys with like some Goku drip profile picture on YouTube, okay? Do you know how many of them there are? Do you know how many Goku like drip people there are like lurking in the shadows waiting to actually you? They're not gonna be happy. They're gonna spirit bomb you into the next millennia.
Different warp jumps and the like, and he is rent a gigantic hole out of the Conqueror's ship that has had a bit of a change since the last days.
Okay, so we're on the Conqueror.
We're on the Conqueror. The Conqueror, no ab. Well, it's a little fleshier. It's bored a bunch of demonic spires coming out of it. Yeah. So Angron does not abide the laws of physics. He rips a hole out of the Conqueror in rage, and he rides it in the vacuum of space.
Of course he does. It's more accurate to say he's become an event. He's not a character you can traditionally interact with. He's more of a thing that happens and must be accounted for. Oh, okay.
He bellows and screams and can fly in the void. So to the nature of him being a demon that ignores the laws of physics.
Oh, I suppose that's true. Like, warp demons probably would be able to fly in the void of space without, like, a helmet or any special thing. And he's got, you know, muscles on his wings. He's got biceps for wings, so sure, he can fly. Also, just the idea...
Just because I see what you guys are talking about in chat, in the messages, I now know what I want to manipulate my comment section with. I want you guys to explain to me in excruciating detail who would win in a fight, Angron or Goku.
idea of a fleet that at the lead just has like Angron going at the head of it is freaky. I don't like that at all.
That's about what it is. So he is leading one of the largest World Eaters fleets since the Horus Heresy. About half of all the remaining World Eaters, along with various other war bands, stolen alien ships, even repurposed for the use of World Eaters. Just the whole thing. Conquer at the head. Even some ships still bearing the old white and blue color from the heresy itself.
There's pre-heresy ships in there too. Well, the remains of pre-heresy ships anyway.
So in this tippity top, Angron he's exactly what you'd expect him to be. He is still a Primarch, so he still is he's still a tactician to an extent. He's still smart, but the nails in his head are...
How is he a tactician? Because he struggled with any thought I mean, he was able to think, but I mean, I thought it was anything that was not anger caused him incredible suffering. Right? Wasn't that how the nails work? So, like, now that he's a demon, isn't it even worse?
Entire book, it's always said the nails are pounding into his head. Specifically, the word pounding 3 times is constantly used.
Yeah.
So he is just, a whirlwind of rage, and he's particularly heading towards this bright psychic light that is bugging him to death.
A bright psychic light that's bugging him to death, huh?
A bright psychic light that bears the source of witchcraft. That he is just, I mean, he's mad, but this is like mad. Korn disdains sorcery.
Oh, so this is like extra angry.
Extra angry.
This is like, Korn doesn't like it. I really don't like it. So it's just like, oh yeah, go kill that post haste.
It's like having someone shine a light directly into your eyes is already bad, but then
it's
they're also
a phone
going,
reflection in your eyes in the car.
You want to hear the most annoying sound ever? So Angron is... Because last time we saw Angron was at the end of that book, and when he went demon, he's just crazy. And he's just, like, chained down, and he's just, like, you can't talk to him unless you're, Karn?
Pretty
so
much.
Is he better than that now? Because, or is he just still just like, I'm going to kill everything in my sight unless you're Karn?
So you're forgetting that was not even before the heresies ended.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I guess for some reason I thought that was post-heresy.
No. Demon Primarch, I'm pretty positive Demon Angron... Yeah, Demon Angron happened prior to the Siege of Terra. Yeah.
Okay, my timeline is all screwed up. Yeah, okay.
They threw him into the surface, remember? They, jettisoned him and let him murder everybody.
Oh, yeah, that's right, they did!
Yeah, so not like that.
And then his head went pop.
But no, Angron is not tied up to anyone. He is at full reign. He is going around, and a World Eater ship looks like what you think it is. It is raining.
That is the best analogy ever. Angron is an angry moth. He's like, I need to get to that light from the Psyker. I don't care. I don't know why I'm here. I just know I must kill it. I must destroy it with every fiber of my being.
Blood in the sanctums. Everyone is screaming and yelling. Demons and stuff and regular people alike are keeping it functioning. People are just dying. There's full of gladiator pits and people murder the slaves down on the... It's a World Eater ship.
Yeah.
And along with his massive tide of ships comes his Ark of Omen, which is known as the Clarion Dire. And the Clarion Dire Ark is led by some other World Eater's captain, not too important. Gifted by Abaddon and told to send over here to go get the artifact that Abaddon is getting. Which,
speaking of which, what is Abaddon's opinion of the demon Primarchs? Because Abaddon thinks he's better than the gods of chaos, right? So, like, does he look down on the Primarchs who became demon princes? I feel like he would. He kind of gives the impression that he would, at least.
remember, Abaddon and Vashtor are trying to gather MacGuffins to make a key, and this key will have a weapon that will destroy the Imperium, basically.
Okay. Yeah. So what's the rest of Chaos up to at this point? Because not every Chaos faction follows Abaddon the Black Legion, right?
Murdering loyalists. But anywho, so Abaddon has sent him this Ark of Omen and a good portion of his fleet, or just extra stuff to help him go to this place. And this is known as a planet known as Malak Bael.
Okay.
M-A-L-A-K, Malak, B-A-E-L, Malak Bael.
Malak Bael, all right.
On Malak Bael is where this psychic light is stinging Angron's mind and making the nails in his head pound harder and harder. Now, obviously, Angron does not care one bit about Abaddon's prize. He could give a shit.
Of course.
He is a Primarch. Abaddon is a little baby boy compared to Demon Primarch Angron.
Oh.
But Abaddon kind of knows this and is just like, listen, there's a thing there we got to get. Here's an arc. Just go. Like, murder everything.
Go
like,
do what you want
whatever.
to do.
Like Abaddon's not dumb. He knows what Angron's about.
Oh, sure. He sends Angron on a task that he's like, yeah, Angron's going to take care of this. Also, so you're telling me if Angron and Abaddon squared off, Abaddon would get wrecked?
Oh,
By the way, Tetrick Horn despises psychers and sorcerers, but did you know that Angron was an empath?
God, yeah. Look at him. Look how big he is.
True that he is a big boy, and I guess he is a demon Primarch.
Honestly,
man.
Shai says, yeah, he controls him by saying, hey, dude, those guys over there called you a pussy. Yeah, it's genuinely just, hey, look at this place. See how many loyalists are there? And look, they're sorcerers. You want to kill all of them, right? It's like, well, yeah.
Well,
Here's
duh.
a fancy tool, giant ship. Go
Yeah.
kill him.
So during this, they are all heading towards this beacon of sorcery that they despise. And I'll say it like a show, right? The camera pans out, and out as it moves its way, there is a orb, and this orb is being pondered by a war band of Tzeentch. I don't think it's technically Thousand Sons. I think it is just Chaos Marines that serve Tzeentch.
Oh, okay.
This warband is multiple sorcerers looking at their orb, seeing Angron flying around and all that.
Wait, that's an interesting point that he just made. So he was saying that it's not Thousand Sons, it's just Chaos Marines that serve Tzeentch. So at that point, are they just generic Chaos Marines, or are they just from various factions and like they don't elaborate on which factions they're from? Like, I guess they were just random traders, like from various other ones. Like, were there any traders from? I mean, I know there was a trader contingents from the Dark Angels, from the White Scars, and from what was the other one? Blood Angels, right? There's a couple that all fell to chaos. Yeah, they're just nobodies. Gotcha.
Oh boy, they've got to be very nervous.
Well, so no, they're not the people that he's going towards.
Oh.
They are currently in possession of an ark known as the Stygian Heart.
Oh.
And they've already got their artifact.
Oh.
They got what they needed, gave it over to the War Master. But
Let's go.
This piece of sorcery, this high level of sorcery thing they're very interested in. They're very curious. And so they're looking at it and they're thinking it might be smart to, before Angron arrives, to get there and try to snag what we can before the Red Angel arrives and kills everything.
The fucking greedy little sorcerers.
Really bad idea. I gotta be honest with you. This sounds like an awful idea.
So they make for...
I'm gonna guess that Angron just straight up destroys them as well, just as collateral damage.
Malak Bael in an attempt to go to war for Tzeentch and try to Because I mean, come on, sneaking in and grabbing stuff and being all sneaky and lie, it's such a Zinch thing, you know?
That's true. God of
That's the
change,
thing.
sneaky. Yeah. Okay.
So, quote, "The blood god hates sorcery and these weaklings who cover in its paltry light. Such curs are good for naught but slaughter. I shall be their executioner and I will pile their heads high," says Angron the Red Angel.
Oh boy.
I was gonna say, could you get a more Angron-esque quote than that?
So, now we go back in time a little bit. Inquisitor Glory, Glori,
Ooh.
Amagna, Emagna. Glory Amagna. We're going to call her Inquisitor Amagna.
She's gonna die.
Inquisitor Amagna is a Puritan Inquisitor of the Ordo Malleus. That's the demon one. She actually had many people telling her that, yo, holy shit, Angron is coming. And then she set them aflame because that's heretical.
How is that
How
heretical?
do they know that?
Oh, really?
Oh,
They
psychers.
tried
This
to-
is a Puritan Inquisitor, man. There's the Puritans and the radicals, and this is a Puritan Inquisitor.
So just because
It's amazing. So they might not be Thousand Sons, but they sure do like shooting themselves in the foot like true Sons of Magnus by the sound of it. It really does, War Boss. It really does.
they tried to warn her that Angron was coming, she executed them with holy fire because you shouldn't know what Chaos is up to?
Yes.
Wow.
That
the
is
Imperial
amazing, and I
comment,
can't wait to
remember?
see her get like
Yeah,
just ripped in
I
half.
realized Puritan, but I didn't realize just how.
Inquisitors, so far from what I have seen in the lore, just in the limited lore I've seen, they're insufferable. Like they're just absolutely insufferable characters. Like actually, like I take pleasure when shit hits the fan for them because of how insufferable they are.
The
Wow.
book starts with a person like, no, you don't understand, he's coming, and then she puts him on a pyre and sets him aflame. Yeah, no, it's full on.
Whoa.
So
Are we
this
the
is
baddies?
so this is our one of our characters, Glory Magna. Inquisitor
Cool
Magna
design, though.
has gotten down to this world of Malakbile and has found a piece of technology. Now,
Okay, Greyfax is cool, but I mean, like, aside from her, who else?
behind this comes the Indomitus Crusade Fleet Quartus. Now, Fleet Quartus is led by a actually pretty great character. I kind of
Gotta punish heresy whether they're innocent or not. Inquisitors are either hyper competent or juggling multiple idiot balls. I love that. Like, look, remember, my understanding of the Warhammer universe, while it is getting to be pretty good, right? It's like a slow encroachment of me understanding. So like, I understand a good amount of what I have been exposed to so far, but there's a lot I haven't been exposed to. That's why I try to always give like that asterisk of saying like, from what I have seen, it's this, right? Like I understand that it will branch out more and more, but so far from what I have seen, I'm sure that there are some that are not gonna, I'm sure there are gonna be some that, change my opinion of this, of course.
liked him. Fleet Master Abcondis. A Fleet Master Abcondis is your strong admiral kind of guy. He is stern. He's a naval general admiral, whatever, for many a years, and was handpicked by Gilliman himself to lead this Indomitus Crusade to assist in helping reclaim this part of the galaxy.
I can't take that picture
post-Great War.
seriously.
Oh, so he's legit. If a Primarch specifically handpicks your I guess I shouldn't say normal, but if that's a big deal. He's
important guy.
legit. Yeah.
He's legit. However, things just got worse and worse for Fleet Quartus. One of the groups got amassed by a massive orc wah that started keeping them back for a long time.
Oh.
There was some that were
Casual
constantly
orc
berated by
invasion.
Alpha
Orc
Legion
invasion.
and Night Lord forces.
Oh, ooh, Alpha
Constantly
Legion
in the back.
and Night Lord.
Yeah. Keeping their group far behind and
Hydra
having their
Dominatus.
strengths diminished. There
Inquisitors are just super convenient when you need a complete ponce to fuck everything up for the rest of the loyalists. So they play that role a lot. I would assume so. I would assume so. A plea of innocence is guilty of wasting my time. Actual quote by an actual Inquisitor.
was a Xeno cult infestation that they had to purify and got slowed down by consistent Drukhari raids. His fleet was
Everything
just
happened
like,
to them.
His fleet was just like, oh my god. Oh, he was just in the front like, god damn it. Everyone is being held up. We're making no time. Things are
I mean,
I'm more impressed by the fact that he's still going after being attacked by a Wa, the Alpha Legion, the Night Lords, and Drukhari. You know what I mean? Like, I'm kind of loving it. He got attacked by everything I enjoy.
it sounds like the only thing that they didn't get sidetracked by was, there's a gene stealer cult that's been secretly on your ship, and now the Tyranids are swarming you. They got hit with everything. Everything.
So, Abcondis is not feeling great.
I wonder why.
These nuts.
Abcondis dick in your mouth. he's like rubbing his temples. He's just like, god damn it.
This is the worst. How am I still alive?
And so he got a call from a Inquisitor Magna. And at first he's like, oh my god, it's an Inquisitor. Good lord, I'm going to be shot for my insolence. But she instead says that she is there to help make his day.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
She has found a old Dark Age technology machine on the planet of Malakbale. We're talking Dark Age technology, aka the Good Age.
Yeah, when the Imperium of Man was just peak, they were unstoppable. They were just steamrolling everyone.
This is a gigantic machine that has fed its way in its tendrils throughout. Well, yeah, it wasn't the Imperium of Man; it was just humanity. But you get what?
Oh yeah.
There was no Imperium yet.
But way back before. Yeah. You're right.
But it had its tendrils so deep in this Earth's planet to the point where it nearly touched its core.
Oh.
And what this was called the Coral Engine. Choral, the Coral Engine.
I was kind of hoping it was an engine that ran off of sea coral.
See, I would make a SpongeBob joke, but you're too cringe.
You're right, I'm too based. I don't watch baby cartoons. I watch anime.
You just made an enemy for life. Anywho.
So the Coral Engine.
The Coral Engine is a enormous Dark Age technology piece that is much like the Astronomicon of the Emperor. It is a psyker using machine that can project itself with a massive psychic beacon to help.
Oh, so this is what Angron is coming to kill everybody
to
for.
help everyone find, because there are warp storms also going on right now. Mm-hmm. Making travel harder for poor Abcondis. And so this whole thing was like the brand new, like a mini Emperor's Light. People can come in from different areas. They could regroup. They could fix it all. And it had been hard checked by this Inquisitor to not have any signs of heretical machine intelligences, AI.
Right, no AI, no none of
chaos
that stuff.
taints.
Yeah.
Nothing. And so obviously Abcondis was like,
Dark Age tech, almost always bad juju. I mean, Dark Age tech is like what Angron's nails are, right?
don't know how I feel about that.
Oh wait, also, don't the Dark Angels use Dark Age tech, right? Don't they have guns that just erase you from existence? Like, don't they just shoot you and like people forget who they shot? Or is that Fanon? Is that true, or is that Fanon? I feel like I remember you saying that they have stuff to shoot you with and then you will literally cease to exist. Which is kind of cool. In fairness, the Inquisition have the greatest power in the Imperium. So Inquisitors have all the freedoms, ups and downs of characters with such powers makes the perfect for drama and stories. Oh no, I'm not saying the Inquisitors are bad characters, right? Like, don't misunderstand. There's plenty of times like where I'll say that there's a bad character in Warhammer, right? Vulcan. But there's when it comes to the Inquisitors, I don't think that they're poorly written. I just think they're dicks. That's what I mean. I don't like them because they're dicks.
This.
Really? I would think he would be just like, oh hey, this is amazing. Like we gotta go secure this thing post haste because this is gonna make everything for humanity so much better. Like having a little mini emp. Well, it's not a mini emperor, but a mini Emperor's Light. Like that's great. That's
so
based,
okay.
One might say.
let's say you're in a world that has actual like sorcery and stuff, right? If I went to you and I was a strong wizard and I gave you a Necronomicon and said, hey, I know it's Necronomicon, but like there's no bad parts of this. Like you could totally use this, no problem. Would you immediately use the Necronomicon?
Well, I guess
Probably.
you're right. Like, it's still a
like-
Necronomicon, even if
Yeah.
someone assures you that nothing bad is gonna happen. It's still the Book of the Dead.
I mean,
This
it's
is
kind of
Dark
cool.
Age tech. This
Kinda
is a
quirky.
gigantic mini Astronomicon, which is the holiest of things. Let's not forget.
That's yeah.
Like he's not jumping at that. He's not biting at that.
DAOT weapons. This cannon quantumly superimposes you over yourself from 5 seconds ago. So you and your past you rip each other apart. This is intended to wound. What the frick?
That bit. And he probably wouldn't have bit at that bit if it wasn't for two things. One, everything sucking, and two, the hard-faced Inquisitor staring him down. So eventually he decided, fine, okay. We will gather around this area. And as Shai mentioned, this is in the Imperium Nihilus, so they can't see the Astronomicon. So warp travel is really tough.
Oh, so they need this even more.
Exactly. So the Coral Engine is put into use. And there's something important to know about Inquisitor Magna is that she doesn't just dislike psychers. She doesn't think that they're people.
Oh, no.
She just thinks that they're like tools that you're supposed to feed to the Emperor to keep him alive, type of thing.
They are gifts from the Emperor to serve as message conduits, weapons of war, and navigational devices. They are not people.
Oh,
Holy
She sees them
Oh
as,
my
as
God.
objects to be used in his name. So
she is an extremist.
She's
So,
awful.
In this place, in the choristry pits of the Coral Engine, lay tons of sarcophagi in which you may place a psyker in there, and depending on how strong they are, within 3 to 10 days, they will have all of their energy siphoned from them, burnt out, and turned into a husk. And then they place a new one in it.
Oh wow, this really is just like this is basically what the Emperor does, isn't it? You feed him some psychers and hooray, look at my lights.
Little bit, yeah. However, this thing proves to be
Look, I'm not
immensely
surprised. It's just
good.
really horrible.
Extremely powerful. Not only is the light helpful, but the power of this psychic being pushes away the warp storms, allowing travel in the closer you get to the Coral Engine, the smoother the tides of the warp become.
This is super.
Wait. So the Inquisitor thinks that all psychers are just tools and not people. Does that, like, aren't all Space Marines technically psychers? To some extent? I know all Primarchs are psychers. But, like, does she want to shove Primarchs in the sarcophagi? I mean, I know she won't. But, like, the standard of psychers being tools, like, the Emperor is a psyker. It just seems kind of like, it just kind of seems like ass backwards. Some, not all. Okay. Only some. Gotcha. Very few. Yeah, no. I made a. Yeah, that's bad on my part. I'm thinking of how all Primarchs are psychers. But like, huh? Some Inquisitors see Astartes as mutants, so gotcha. That makes sense.
Super. This sounds like everybody needs this. Well, if you're in the Imperium anyway.
What's even more interesting is it has this special part called the focusing vein, which
The weapons from that era are so insane that even the Necrons did a double take when the Mechanicus and the Silent King got into a Doomsday weapon pissing contest. Food for thought. Oh. Yeah, that is food for thought. Damn. Also, Warboss, save your money. Save your damn money.
allows you to basically, like an aperture, shine its light in directions.
Oh.
And that
okay.
and so there was an entire world of heretical word bearers there, attempting to create dark rituals to summon packs of demons, and when the demon would arrive, it would immediately screech and fizzle out.
Oh.
Because the light was being shown in their direction.
Whoa.
Loyalists were fighting against Iron Warriors, and their demon engines would break down and decompose when the light was shown their way. And Loyalist Psychers would become like supercharged and just start going on tears.
Wow.
So this coral engine is just like, we have to have this station. Tons of people surrounding it because we can't lose this. That'll turn the tide of any battle with chaos. That's a huge deal.
It is a psychic super weapon.
Like the Emperor doesn't even do that, does he? Like you can't just like, hey Emperor.
I can see why you said this is
beam.
I can see why you said that this is going to be a massive win for chaos, because like losing something like this sounds really, really like destructive. Like absolutely like morale crushing.
Need light thing at that chaos thing and make it all like even he can't do that.
Nope, because this is Dark Age technology. This is when humanity was like not quite Necron level, but quite high.
I'm sure they don't say this, but is this one of those things that like you would need an STC to replicate, or could they study it long enough and be like, oh, hey, we can make more of these? Because if you could replicate this thing, chaos is proper.
That's unsure. The point being, more so than anything, is that, and also Dark Age tech, you know, Admech don't much like that, but like also do, but like don't, but you get the point.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, remember when I said the Loyalist Psychers got really powerful? Well, they also had their heads pop after they were done.
Oh.
They kind of burnt out by being too powerful, you know? They're like overcharged.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the Imperium is like, oh no, what a shame. The Psychers are dead after really helping us win a battle. Ooh, I'm that's probably a plus for most people in the Imperium.
Yeah.
It's a plus for the goddamn Inquisitor.
Yeah, especially for the Inquisitor that thinks they're just tools.
So Malik Bile from here becomes this major point of power. It is just getting there is easier. People can see it. It's all lovely. Of course, this attracts the eyes of other people.
Oh, is this the light that Angron sees? That
you know it,
of course.
Oh boy, so
that was obvious. Come on,
his eyes, the foul sorcery. But it's also not just Angron. The eyes of Titan are also Titan, the moon of Saturn. Mm-hmm. The Grey Knights have been looking into their refractive scrying mirrors of the Prognosticator Brotherhood, and have gone and seen what's going on over here and say, oh shit, this is weird. So the Grey Knights, of course, are like the Psyker anti-demon KGB CIA that like are super secret.
But aren't the Grey Knights the ones that you guys always say have horrible writing? So like they're kind of like a wasted chapter because they're super cool in concept, but they have awful writing.
And the main brother captains are like their captains, named Crom, teleported aboard with his paladin, which are like Terminator bodyguards, directly onto the board of Condis' station.
Ooh,
and to ask him like, what is going on? What are you doing? Mm-hmm. And Abcondis, despite being quite pleased with the results, is naturally horrified at these Grey Knights arriving because there's a bunch of silver secretive that even he hasn't heard of Space Marines there. But even so, stiff back, firm chest, and he says everything that's going on. He talks exactly about what he's doing under the orders of the Inquisition. He discusses the what's been occurring for the Coral Engine and everything and so on. And the Grey Knights say, okay, we believe you, because they're all psychers, so...
Oh, yeah, so they can tell if he's just bullshitting them. Which, smart thing for him to do is to not try and, bullshit a Grey Knight, because that would be just... oh, no.
Is that guy's chin real? Or is that, like, photoshopped? Because that chin looks like Kronk level. Like give him a different like hairstyle, and I could hear him just saying like in that deep voice Cusco, like it kind of gives me Kronk chin.
So smart to just hey, that's the truth.
So
smart
with that, the Grey Knights go ahead and basically say, all right, okay, we believe you. Like, you are just in everything you're saying. He believes in the path of the righteous, etc. You have people coming. Here's what you're about to face. This is what's about to. This is what's going to enter the warp, and it's going to be the old heretic Space Marines from Legend. This is what you're gonna have to deal with. Prep. And then the guy teleports out and goes to talk to the Inquisitor.
Oh boy, I'm sure he must have just loved that. It's like, oh great, I have dealt with everything else today.
Yeah.
Hey, why not? Why not some old heretical Chaos Space Marines? Also, what would happen if you focused the Coral engine and you just beamed it right onto Angron? Would it do anything to him, or would it just piss him off?
Probably just kill him for 8 years.
Once again, DK, constantly jumping the gun.
Sorry, it just seemed like a smart thing to do. You said it's got a focusing thing that screws up chaos.
This is called setting up the crumbs in the beginning
Can't
of the
believe
story.
this.
Sorry,
You
it just seemed like
whore.
such an obvious avenue to go down.
Shut up. This is how storytelling goes. Chekhov out here with his gun, about to shoot, but to point them at you.
Chekhov's got his gun. I'm like, what, are you gonna fire that at me yet?
Chekhov's got 6 barrels, and he's very upset about this. Anywho,
Go ahead.
so good old Abcondis begins to prep. He begins to prepare and get everything set up and ready. And as he brings in so many fleets, like an ungodly amount of reinforcements, battle fleets upon battle fleets upon battle fleets, they start building up massive man-made defenses and orbital platforms. Like, this place was already heavily defended prior. It had orbital stations, anti-aircraft batteries, they have a giant fortress around the Coral engine called the Fortress of Light.
Oh,
and
damn.
They are just full stop making this one of the most powerful bastions they can. And it is, Imperial defenders are ludicrous, just numerous, like untold amounts of ships.
Yeah, I get that, because this is such an important spot. Like, even if you didn't know that Angron was coming, like, you should still fortify this area as heavily as you possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that Coral engine is just like, it can't fall. You cannot let Chaos get that and or destroy it.
So with all of that, they waited. And they waited for longer than they would like. It almost kind of got them a little bit stir crazy.
Oh.
And on the 8th day and the 7th hour, finally the warp broke and ships started spilling out along with a chunky Ark of Omen.
Oh boy.
And as it started spilling out, the heretics were moving full speed, going quick, making their way to the Malak Bile planet, ignoring all the other ones, which was smart because the entire it's 4 planets, by the way.
How long have the warp storms been up? Because didn't the what year did Cadia fall? In like 30,000 roughly? Like the warp storms that Erebus created were done then, right? And they've kind of just stayed up, or are they different warp storms? Because I know that like he created a lot of fuckery for transport
in the system. The big Coral engines on Malak Bile, but there's other there's Malak and Malakale or something.
Yeah, but they beelined right for the most important spot, which, like you said, smart.
Right, which has quite a few defenders, of course, but the Imperial defenders are spread.
Oh, I'm so God. I'm making so many faux pas that I should know better in this one, because I just remembered like the fall of Cadia was a recent thing. It was not from the Horus Heresy because Abaddon went down because Abaddon fought Krieg. I should know better. Yeah, no. I remember. Yeah. That was a mistake on my part. I'm gonna get the angry comments. I'm sorry. I'm making a bunch of easy mistakes today. My bad. I should know better. I remember. Trazen goes, kidnaps Reed, puts him in the museum after he lost his arm from Abaddon, who had already killed his flag bearer. Okay, I remember. I was thinking it was Horus Heresy. I know it's not Horus Heresy. It's my bad.
out among all the planets. which makes sense because they want to protect all of it, of course.
Yeah,
but
sure.
they beeline their way through there, but they, like, these Imperium, they are entrenched. There are so many ships, and
They're
they start...
ready.
Oh, they start blasting. It's said that on the scrying auspex and the picked feed, the little red triangle of like torpedoes got so big that it was just a mass of red ink across it as all the Imperial defenders fired.
Shit, that's a lot of the torpedoes.
Annoyingly, these ships were so cunning, though. They were able to dodge a lot. This bore high-level, long war veterans in there, and they took out far more Imperial craft than...
No one's gonna remember everything. I know, but I try really hard to stay on my game for it because I have a lot of turd lickers that like to call me a tourist and an interloper. So like I really do try my best to retain the information because I don't want to give them justification for being the little ass kisser. Not ass kisser because they're not ass kissers. Like I'm trying to think of insults that I can say that won't like get flagged by YouTube. Like they're little buttheads. They're just little buttheads that like to ruin the day of other people. So it's like I don't really want to give them ammunition to think that I'm a tourist because I'm actually enjoying this stuff. So I'm trying my best to retain. I'm trying. Gatekeepers, that's too kind. I think gatekeeper is far too kind of a word for these people. Like you get me on Twitch, I will say how I really feel about it. But like when it comes to being on YouTube, I mince my words a lot. You know, I mince my words a lot for the sake of yeah, they're turd goblins. They're turd goblins. That's really good. They're turd goblins. Thank you, boss. Thank you, war boss. You're such a sweet little bean. There you go. You know, gatekeepers in this community are effectively turd goblins. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what? Exactly. The one gate they're keeping is their virginity. Absolutely. No, it's just because like I deal with it. I like people like it's this weird little thing, right? Where I'll talk about it and then people will be like, I don't see these in your comments. You're full because I delete those comments. I know, crazy. As a YouTube creator, imagine me deleting comments from buttheads. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like I made a post on TikTok, right? And it was the Lorgar short from a while back. And I put this guy on the wall of shame because this guy comes in and just goes, biggest tourist ever. And I'm like, I'm like, have you seen how many VTubers just watch the Bricky series and leave? And you call me a tourist? I have watched hundreds of hours of Warhammer content with this community. Hundreds. Hi Merly. Hello. All right, we're going back into the video. I won't beat a dead horse today.
Connors would have liked to the point where he started to smirk or to like furrow his brow, like, God damn it.
Yeah, this is way harder than I thought.
But they pushed back this fleet quite well.
Okay.
And in fact, they actually were able to take out basically every single ship outside of the Ark. And the Ark, as it was mildly damaged and stuff, he was about to send out the final go order to destroy this Ark, the Ark of the Stygian Heart.
The heart of the Stygian Heart.
Warband of Tzeentch.
Ooh. Oh no, does it show up just in time?
Ooh.
And then before that...
Also, thank you, Egyptian. I appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you to say.
That can occur. His Vox Master runs up to him and says there are new translations coming from the warp on the 8th day of the 8th hour.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah?
Yep. And as it happens... It says, my lord, I have priority missives for you. The master of Vox had broken protocol by hastening to the fleet master's side in person, but one look at her expression told him Condis now is not the time for reproach. Who? He asked. Lady Magna and, separately, Brother Captain Crom, she said. A Condis blink. He drew breath to inquire further, but was distracted by the ripple of alarm spreading across the bridge of his ship. Officers rose from their stations, uttered oaths, shouted to one another while gesticulating on screens.
That is a wild word. Gesticulating? What does gesticulating mean? I have a decent vocabulary. I have never heard the word gestrulating. Let me listen to the sentence again. I want to hear the context. Like that is a wild word.
Nations uttered oaths, shouted to one another while gesticulating on screens.
What?
Gesticulating? Whatever.
Gesturing? Yeah. Gesturing, sure. Yeah.
Gesturing. Wait. Is he saying gesturing or gestulating?
Gesticulating? Whatever.
Gesturing? Yeah. Gesturing, sure. Yeah.
Gesturing. How did you go from gesturing to gestulating?
Yeah. Abconda's confusion deepened into alarm at the sight of his hand-picked veterans apparently lurching towards panic. And then it came. A deafening roar erupted with bone-shaking force from the very air around him. Blood for the blood god.
Oh, boy.
And then
Oh, boy.
the conqueror, Clarion Dyer, and Angron himself emerge from the warp. The actual fleet of the World Eaters arrive.
Oh boy.
Oh no. That first group was just those damn Zinchians trying to get their prize.
Oh, no. It's bad. It's all bad. Oh, no.
So I'm gonna be going through this next part a little quick, only because it is a ton of void warfare.
Oh, okay. A lot of ship battles, a lot of Angron just
ship
tearing stuff
battles.
up. Yeah.
All that stuff. Angron's main group was a trident strike. One down the center, two on the...
See, this is where I would be, where I would probably differ from a lot of you guys. I don't find any of that information like interesting. Like I would not care about the actual ship battle. Like that's just me. Again, like I'm glad that they're gonna skip it, because for me, I would much rather just get to the point where it's just the characters rather than like the ship did blah 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 and blah blah blah. 95% of goblins calling you a tourist don't even own a single mini. You legitimately are more invested than most self-proclaimed lore vets. Oh, that's really sweet of you. Look, I don't think that I'm better or above anybody else, right? Like, I think that I am just as good as people who have been in the hobby for a long time and people who have just entered the hobby today, right? I think everybody enjoying a hobby should just enjoy a hobby. I just happen to really like what I'm learning, right? That's really simple, right? I'm looking forward to putting together my Lionel Johnson, right? I'm actually gonna put them together probably tonight while I'm taming stuff in Arc. But like, for the most part, I just think that people should just have fun. It's about having fun. I think that's really all it is at the end of the day.
Sides. One on the right was like the Conqueror in the group, and then there was the other major group of like a what's it called, the Exsanguinator, I think was the name of the ship.
Ooh, that's a cool ship name, though.
Of course.
Oh my God. All according to plan, Zinch watching his entire warband being reduced to bullet sponges and space debris.
But the big one, making for the center, was going to actually fly by real quick past the Imperial Defenders and actually use the gravity of one of the planets to slingshot themselves towards Malik Bile to outpace the Imperial Defenders.
Oh, smart. Okay.
This begins, and like, this is full stop, like the most insanity level of void battle going on. Like we're in full everything is dying mode.
Oh yeah, sure.
The Imperials are really good though, because the world eaters are still world eaters. They are aggressive, frothing madmen at times. So often they will like run forward at high speeds all the time, and the Imperials will almost kind of like lure them into long range kill zones and break apart their ships.
Right, because they're not really using any strategy. They're just kind of going after the big shiny light.
Well, they're using strategy, but they're using strategy like gladiators. So often, sometimes they will move their ships almost like hunting packs and surround and conquer various Imperial vessels that can't quite make it through, or ram things with their prows. Like, they're still using strategies. They're just not like, they're using like, I'm going to murder as much as I can, which is good for some things and not for others.
Okay, gotcha.
The Conqueror a side group of them go fight this other admiral, like I think Pell was his name, and and they blow through a large amount of his resistance, and they're able to snag that gravity well and fling themselves towards the planet. Some being injured in the fight and not quite making it and falling into the planet.
Oh.
And so you get just these enormous world eater ships just landing on the Imperial defenses on those planets. Like,
Jeez.
I mean, I guess that works, right?
Pell, this guy who trying to deal with this group of people moving past him, had the Exsanguinator ship, which was, I do believe, led by a certain man, a certain someone with a buff-ass arm.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
I was
yes.
really kind of hoping you were going to say it was led by Latara.
Latara is apparently still on the Conqueror. Apparently she's melded with the bridge somehow.
What?
Oh. So
I-
she, like her upper half is still, like, as long as it's from abs down, that's fine. As long as she's still ripped and the rest of her is just integrated in, she might not have those nice thighs, but as long as...
What kind of gooner shit is he saying? That is some shameless, like, gooner behavior.
those abs are still intact, we're good. We're good. Conqueror's abs, we're still good. Yep.
Yeah, apparently she's like, it's what Shai said, like a vampire monster melded with the controls on the bridge. She's like basically become the ship.
She's a vampire now?
I don't know. It's not in this book. She's not mentioned in this book besides a slight what's the word? Like reference.
Listen, you're telling me she could be a buff vampire chaos mom? Poster!
No poster. No poster. It doesn't work anymore. The fun is gone. She's all...
Yeah, this is getting to the gooner point where it gives me the heebie-jeebies more than it's like ha ha ha. But that's just my take.
all bad.
Okay.
Anyway, not important. Point being, as the war kind of continued, the fleet battle got pretty heavy. Good old Abconnus's giant ship, I think it was called like Might of Terra, of course it was.
Of course, sure.
Gets boarded by some world eaters, which is a real issue.
Yep, it sure is.
Which we'll get more into in a bit. But the Conqueror does have its fun as it's making its way towards Malak Bile, murdering all in its path, and it does indeed, as is the most fun, fire its Ursa claws.
Yes!
It absolutely does, and it impales another Imperial ship, and Angron is like,
Based.
all right. And he becomes a bullet.
What?
He just jumps off the Conqueror, folds his wings behind him, and plows directly into the ship that gets trapped by the Ursa claws from one end of the deck to the other like a goddamn torpedo.
That's kind of funny.
Wow.
Angron is like Deadpool. So long as like he gets half of his body ripped in half by an orbital defense battery, and within seconds just grows it right back.
It's kind of funny.
Oh no! Oh
He
man!
is pure murderous warp energy.
Oh, but jeez, you thought Angron was bad before. Now
It's
we've
nanomachine,
got
son.
regenerative Angron. So even if you slice and dice him, it's just poof, he's back. Oh,
Angron was tough before, but this is Angron with now the warp being opened halfway across the galaxy.
Oh
so
my god!
He's taking like blowing his arms off, his wings are being ripped into two, and he's just like, it's back to normal.
I don't care. Jesus Christ! Yeah, Angron was scary before. Now it's a whole.
You thought
new
I was
level.
scary before.
Now I totally get why you're like, oh yeah, Abaddon stands no chance.
So he gets to Malak Bile, and how do you think he starts the battle on Malak Bile? How do you think that happens?
By killing everybody.
How do I
By
think-
killing the
what-
Tzeentch
like,
troops.
how does he get there, or just what does he do when he lands?
No. Like, how do you think he makes landfall?
Oh, jumping.
I imagine he just goes screaming through the atmosphere like a bat out of hell, yelling at the top of his lungs and wanting to kill everything.
You're goddamn right, he does. He just jumps off the Conqueror into the atmosphere, and he lands like a comet on the ground and just starts ripping. And that is the photo they provide.
Oh my god, Angron! What an ultra Chad! Wow! Please tell me he did the superhero land. Also, just, the very ka-dunk. One hand on the ground, the other in the air, and just, oh,
no,
wow.
I think he went face first into, like, multiple defenses.
All right. Oh my god. Angron's so cool. Holy piss.
So, naturally, I forgot to mention this. When he arrived, like, in system, and that Blood for the Blood God screen happened, I always forget that, like, Khorne is still, like, a demon, and so it has effects on people. It's not, like, just Tzeentch and stuff. When he arrived, like, a lot of the Imperial crew and defenders were somewhat crippled for a little bit because, like, the gangs that put the bullets and the guns in the bottom decks of the ship went crazy and started attacking each other, and they needed to get whipped back into shape. Or they got, like, so frightened they were paralyzed with fear and they couldn't do stuff. Like, it crippled some of their things for a short period of time until all the foremans and people cracking the whips got them going.
Got them back in their right state of mind. Sounds a little crazy to say about, cracking the whip at slaves, but for the Imperium, that's the right state of mind.
And Angron just, like, has that effect to him, as he lands on the ground. They go, like, crazy, like, mad. Oh, yes, Shy, thank you. World Eaters surf warp on...
I was talking to my mod about this the other day, when it came to Angron. And my mod thought, like, I know you're not the biggest fan of Angron. And I'm like, no, that's not the case. I like Angron. But I like Angron as a murder hobo. And I think that it's silly that people try to make him out to be a deeper character than he is. He is literally written to be a murder hobo. He is written to be an angry boy. All the other stuff is superficial. All the stuff about empathy, all the stuff about his tragic upbringing, all of it is completely superficial to everything about him. He is an angry murder hobo. And I'm fine with that. That's cool. I like him for it. But all the other stuff is, for him specifically, it is completely superficial and unnecessary. He is just an angry murder hobo, which will piss a lot of people off. I get that, but that is legitimately how I perceive him.
Things called blood waves, which cause people to go murderously mad. Dude, even the
but he's an empath. Yeah, I know.
Transportation is chaotic chaos, murder energy.
There's a leader of the World Eaters, a guy named Lord Invocatus, which is on a flying, like, corn dog demon engine mount.
All right, let's address this as fast as we can, because you said, but there's so much to it, though. He's tragic. His tragedy equal anger. He have thing in head, make him angry. Bad dad, make him angry. Everybody around him make him angry. Oh no, angry kill. Anger, anger, anger. Become demon of anger. More kill. Everything anger. Anger, anger, anger. But he was an empath. Anger, anger, anger. Like, there's nothing wrong with that as being his character, but people try to make him out to be like he's this super tragic story. His tragedy is interesting, sure, but like 99.9% of Angron is angry. Cannot disagree with that more. I like Angron at first with the whole murder hobo thing, but his backstory is what made me love him. His backstory is just the movie Gladiator. Like, it's not that it's bad, but, like, everything about who he is, minus that little bit of his intro, he's sympathetic, not deep. Yeah, thank you. That's the way I would describe it. His introduction is sympathetic, but it doesn't really pertain to his character. Like, that's all I kind of mean with it. It's like, yeah, well, read the books, then come back. That's such a, I have such a big dick because I read the book thing. I'm sorry to tell you, like, I get what his story is. I understand what his story is. He has Dark Age technology in his head that makes him angry. No matter what he does, everything feels miserable unless he is angry. He cannot get them out. The Emperor is a terrible dad. The Emperor made him watch as all of his comrades died. He did not do anything for them. He did everything he could while being a prisoner gladiator on a planet. I get it. I know his story. It's sad. That's all. I'm not saying his character is bad. I'm just saying that you guys I'm not saying you guys, but I'm saying is that Angron fans try to, like, make him much deeper than he is, and he's not that deep. And that's okay. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Like, for some reason, fans of the character get or in general, when it comes to Warhammer, people who like characters get really upset when you have a differing take on someone. I'm not saying that he's bad. I'm simply just saying that he is, like, pretty simple. He's not that deep. That's it, and that's okay. It's okay that he's not that deep. No, really, the books are really good, and maybe you'd feel different because watching the story from YouTube is not the same. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. Hey, Chad, I think that doesn't realize Angron was meant to be an empath. But, like, I'm just saying, even if I read the details of the story, his upbringing is a small part of where he stands in the Warhammer universe, right? Like, this is what I mean, right? The book might be the best written book of all time. The book might be so good, it turns people into Angron Gooners. That's totally fine. What I'm saying is that his entire upbringing is the span of like 20 years, right? From when the time the Emperor gets him. So he had 20 years, as opposed to the bulk of the story, which has now been a period of over 10,000 years. That everybody's basing his entire character on those 20 years. Like, that's what I kind of mean. Like, since then, everything we have learned from how he has treated his troops, how he has treated everybody minus Cairn, like, he's just anger. He's just angry. And that's fine. Again, I'm not saying this is a negative. Like, this is not like when we talked about a character I don't like. I like Angron. But he is a murder hobo. Like he is a murder hobo. The Hulk is tragic, but we like him because Hulk smash. You know? The Gooners got torn into pieces by Angron first in the books, it seems. Countertalos from the Night Lords are more interesting characters than Angron, which is fine. Angron is angry. Can I be a little angry? No, what have I done? No, because, like, I know people who don't know me are gonna just get very upset by my take. And I don't mean this as a bad take, right? Like, put it this way. I'll make fun of myself here, right? When it comes to characters I like in the Warhammer universe, because I won't say the Alpha Legion, because I think the Alpha Legion is actually quite deep with the absurdity of what they do. But, like, let's take the Drakari, and I do think that they are deeper in their own way too, of course, because I'm biased and I like them. But but the reality is they are just dicks. Like, they are dicks that have a lot of political problems with, well, not political problems, but, like, they have their own little internal conflicts. They're space pirates. They will turn you into furniture. Like, I'm not gonna make it out to be the greatest written things on earth, but I like them. We should make Angron thirst trap. No, please no, please no. He ends up a murder hobo, but the story makes you understand why Bricky Bricky just doesn't cover all of it, though. I understand that. If we need to, like, do, but here's the problem. Here's where there's the double-edged sword. If I do a deep dive into Angron, and my opinion only gets stronger about this, and it doesn't get resolved, I will make you guys more upset. Yeah, well, Drakari like the deep emotions. You know, I know. Angron sounds painful. Yeah, the Drakari like the deep emotions of the people that they turn into furniture. That is true. It does keep them going. Being sympathetic, being a deep character, being a well-written character. Angron is sympathetic and a well-written character, but he's not a beak. Yeah. Like, that describes it pretty well. But that's not what he's trying to... Wait, what happened? Wait. Yeah, no, Bricky's not trying to cover the deep lore of this, and nor do I expect him to, right? Like, this is supposed to give, like, a surface level understanding of each individual thing. So, like, I'm far from an expert, right? Like, I'm very far from an expert, nor will I ever claim to. I'm just a VTuber who has opinions on stuff. I don't like, the funny part is that, like, people will take this as, like, I'm saying I dislike him. I don't dislike him. I'm not gonna delude myself into saying, like, yeah, he's really deep. He's the deepest thing ever. Like, he's 7 million feet deep. Like, he's so deep, you know? The Drakari like the deep emotions. Like, for example, the gallbladder of the pituitary gland. Those are pretty deep. Thank you. By the way, for anybody who joined the Ark server, my tribe is the Drakari IKEA. Oh no, I think Karn and Latara have already shown themselves to have more interesting writing based on how they've portrayed themselves. Angron is angry murder hobo, but his anger is justified. Oh, I'm never saying his anger is not justified. Like, I'm not gonna say that his anger is totally justified. He was completely shafted, but I'm not gonna like make him out to be like super deep. He was shafted, therefore he angry. He had shit upbringing, therefore he angry. That doesn't change the fact that he's murder hobo. Like, Angron is murder hobo. She's doubting her expertise. She must be an expert in this. Oh, yeah, you got me. You got me. You got me. I'm just here for the Unga Bunga. Oh, it's already up. I guess I need to install Arc then. Yeah. The server's already up. Server's already up. We have a lot of people in it. It's a lot of fun. We're all gonna be in. No. I'm being nice to everybody in the Arc server right now. No one's being stupid to me. I had one person in the Arc server who came up to me and punched me once. They were immediately knocked out and pumped full of narcotics. Angron's story is a metaphor for the cycle of abuse, clever but not particularly deep. And in 40k, he's a kaiju, not a character. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. No, I think that's totally fair. I think that's totally fair. I think there's a level of not complexity. There's a level of intrigue into how he is a murder hobo, but at the end of the day, I feel like it boils down to him being a murder hobo. And you guys can disagree with me. Like, that's cool. It's fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I'm just saying how I perceive it. Because I don't know, I found this conversation interesting when my mod brought it up to me. Because people think I don't like him, and I do like him. I like them for different reasons, right? Like, I like Lionel Johnson because of everything about the character. I think he's a lot more well thought out. People might disagree with that. Totally fine. But I like him for that reason. I like Alfarius because I think Alfarius is really well thought out. And again, people might disagree with me on that one. I don't like Angron for being well thought out. I like Angron because he's Angie. Angron Angie. And that's okay. I like him for that. Disagree with murder hobo on your own safety. I respect you going to bat for Angron, but realistically, Tetra can't reasonably take the time to read every single novel on the off chance it might change their first impression. Yeah. But, like, that's the thing. Like, there's no need to go to bat for Angron for me, because I do like him. Like, it's not like people who try to argue Vulcan to me, because I will never like Vulcan. Right? Like, that is a losing argument when it comes to me. The Angron one is funny because you're not changing my opinion to like him or anything. I still like Angron. I'm interested in the Arcs of Omen story, and I'm interested in what happens with Angron, but, like, I'm not gonna be like, oh man, I really care about the thoughts going on in Angron's head. I really want to know the complexities of what he's thinking with his trajectory as he jumps off the ship, as he lands on the planet, because, you know, he's really, really deep and well thought out. No, I'm like, Angron jump on planet, Angron murder everybody. This cool. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. I still like him. I just like him for different reasons. Like, I know that there's more to the character. I'm just saying I like him for this reason. People forget that not being deep doesn't mean bad. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. Like, he's just not that deep. It ain't that deep. I still think he's cool. I still think Angron's cool. Thoughts on Angron? Ah! Exactly. Exactly. That's literally it. He's not angry, his blood sugar is a bit low. Oh my god. Dude, I don't even want to deal with the comments that I'm gonna get today. Like, when my chat, like, here's the way I look at it. The people who are active in my chat are usually the ones who really like me, right? So you guys are usually a lot nicer than the comments I get afterwards. So it's like, I know I'm gonna deal with crap. I'm not going to members only it, but, like, I know I'm going to deal with crap for my take on this one. Angron fans and Angron are slaves too. Are slaves to the past and unable to move on, stuck on what could be and not what happened. Now he's a perfect tool for Korn. Yeah, absolutely, Selectra. He has diabetic rage. Oh my god, no. He's not even Korn's first pick. He was sloppy seconds. Remember that, to all the Angron fans, he was sloppy seconds for Korn. Oh my god, no. Oh no, not only was he sloppy seconds, he got his head popped by the first choice. Oh my god. Angron is the John Wick of 40k. Why is he killing everyone? I don't know, some guy deleted his dog. You know what? Fair. Didn't we not get confirmation of what happened to his dog, though? Didn't we not get confirmation if the dog died? Oh my god. People can have different opinions. It's just not being a jerk. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. I like again. So is Mortarian. Oh, Sloppy Seconds. Yeah. But yeah, I think everybody who's in this chat knows that I mean absolutely no ill will. I think you guys all know that about me. I mean absolutely no ill will. I think that these discussions are fun. I do get scared of having these discussions sometimes because I do enjoy them. I love discussing this stuff and having different opinions about all this stuff, as long as it's kept, like, you know, civil. So, like, I always find it really fun. I always find this stuff really fun, as long as it stays civil. Well, they got rid of all the life on his home planet. Yeah, okay, at that point, true, okay. Dog warp is better, they deserve it. Oh, Corin wanted Sanguinius, but I just got the spare. Yeah. Wait, Dorn was second. Was Dorn second? I didn't realize that. I actually didn't know that. See, learning something new. Okay. I'm gonna make a sub goal one day, like during an event. I'm gonna be like, all right. For this sub goal, I will do a deep dive into every crevice of Angron lore to determine whether or not he is a very deep character or if I stand by my statement that he is a murder hobo. All right, let's continue.
And he flies.
Why did the volume go to nothing? Oh, my headphones came out. I was so angry at Angron, I pulled my headphones out. No. Angron, no! Okay. Alright, we should be good now.
In the air, like on a wave of flame.
Oh my god, tell me there's a picture of this.
He's a model, actually. I don't know if there's a picture, but he is a model.
That's a really cool model. That's a really cool model.
It's like he's like flying a unicorn. It's hilarious. Yeah, there he is.
Oh my god, that's so badass. What the hell?
Lord Invocatus.
How is this the first time I'm seeing him?
Well, the World Leaders book came out kind of recently, so.
And he rides that thing on a wave of flames?
He flies. That character fly.
God, that's so cool.
It's very
Holy
fun.
Shit.
So, this is also how large quantities of demon engines and tanks and stuff made its way onto the atmosphere, riding flame until they finally hit the ground and then start blasting. It's like that scene in the A-Team movie with Liam Neeson, where they're like flying the tank with the parachute.
I never saw the A-Team movie with Liam Neeson.
Have you not seen that scene at least?
I haven't.
There's this
that
part.
Movie looks so cringe.
It is kind of cringe, but there's a part where they're in like an AC-130 and they have to bail, and so they get out in a tank and they have like parachutes and they're shooting shit with the tank while falling. It's hilarious.
Oh man.
Not fair. I'm working. I can't chat with you. All I need to know about you is that you have an opinion more than I could say for others. Good luck. Invader, I love you. I love you. Well, look, I love my community. I love my community so much. You guys are amazing people. Like the fact that we can talk about this stuff. Like I loved when we got to Theory Craft about Vashtor the other day. Like that shit to me is some of the most fun. So like I'm learning a lot, and I'm not gonna ever pretend that I know everything about Warhammer because I'm still a baby in Warhammer, and you guys know a lot more than me. So all I can ever speak to is just my personal experiences so far, and I'm having a blast with it. I still will say Angron is a murder hobo.
Can you imagine being an Imperial soldier watching that? Watching these chaos corn world eaters riding in on fire. This guy has a unicorn horse that has a chainsaw for a horn.
Yes.
No way.
World eaters are crazy. Not subtle. I dropped my book. World eaters are not subtle.
No, not naming. Good Lord. I love it.
So, with all of Angron and the like making planetfall, a good portion of the Imperial.
I respect your decisions. That means engagement far more than you could say for the average streamer that just says, "Damn, that's crazy." Damn, that's crazy.
Defenders are wounded because the World Eaters like ran into it, but are trying to turn around and trying to get to the actual Malik Bale to stop them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Mr. Abcondis, our fleet master, is not quite able to pull it off himself, as the Ultramarines station.
Remember, anyone who claims they know everything about Warhammer is obviously Alfarius because they're a liar. Don't insult the rest of chat like that. Come on, come on. You're all my little alpha legion. You guys are all my little alpha legion, except for the blueberries. You guys are special too. You guys have I will say, by the way, out of the new people who have joined the blueberries, how do you guys feel about what that Discord chat is? Because I have to tell you, it is a little unhinged. It is a little quirky and unhinged. I won't lie. Lorgar made Angron third choice against Angron's will. Khorne was likely raging and went, fine, I'll have this broken thing. I don't want this baka. Thank you. I love that.
As well as the high-level scions and the like on his ship, vox him and strangely hear worry in the voice of the Ultramarines lieutenant as Karn the Betrayer has boarded his ship.
Oh no.
Oh.
No. It doesn't ever get good, does it?
So we just went from memes to Karn just landed on the ship. Holy crap. Wait, hang on. Let me back up a second.
On his ship, vox him and strangely hear worry in the voice of the Ultramarines lieutenant as Karn the Betrayer has boarded his ship.
Oh no. Oh no.
This is gonna be good.
It doesn't ever get good, does it? When the world eaters are involved. For if you're on the Imperium, it just never gets good. Oh God.
It says the Fleet Master's last transmission was a hurried string of orders against a backdrop of screams, gunfire, and the revving of chain teeth through bone.
Oh.
It ended with 3 words roared by a monstrous voice, caught by Abcondus's Vox relay, and broadcast to his horrified shipmasters: kill, maim, burn.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
What a final
At that moment, every shipmaster crapped themselves. At that moment, every shipmaster crapped themselves.
transmission to get. Good God.
Poor guy. There he
World
goes.
Eaters at their peak. God.
I don't know if this has ever come up, but Karn has a personal kill counter on his HUD. It's over 1 million now. Wait, really? Really? Is that sounds like Fanon? Is that canon?
So, Angron has made Planetfall, and as has the group, and is making his way to the Coral Engine. And during this time, good old Inquisitor, I keep call her Enigma, but I know it's not Enigma. It's
Enagma.
Enagma.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm losing my mind. Magna.
It's
Magna.
Gloria Magna. Magnificent Glory, I assume.
She has been there and is currently saying prayers to the God Emperor and yelling at through the Vox and being like, the power of the Emperor is with you, etc., as her local Tempestus Scion personal honor guard holds all of the tech priests at gunpoint. As she goes to every single limiter on the Coral Engine and starts flicking them off.
Oh, so she's setting the Coral Engine into overdrive.
Into maximum overdrive as the tech priests are pleading that this tech heresy of what she's doing to stop. To stop doing what she's doing.
I can't believe even tech priests at this point. It's like, dude, look around. Just take a look. Take a book. Like, you're about to get completely overrun by world eaters. If there was a time to just be like, you know what, fuck it, this might be heresy. Limiters up. Now's the time.
You've been reading too much about Call, man.
Funny.
You got to understand these people, all right? In the glory of the Omnissiah.
That's true. Yeah, I'm too used to Call just being like, it might be a little heretical, but that's okay.
So Angron decided during this battle to summon not 1, not 2, but 8 bloodthirsters of Khorne.
Holy shit!
And began marching down, and by marching I mean batting his wings and flying and murdering everything in sight at Mach 5. Which speaking of, as we're talking about this, no, it's not in this book. Shai, can you please write in the chat how Angron got his weapons? Because I know DK would get a kick out of this. And I'll read it in a bit.
Eight bloodthirsters and
bloodthirsters.
And if we remember right, the bloodthirsters are the things that gave what's his face trouble. Sanguinius. And he's got 8 of them.
He's got 8 of them, and they are marching down the coral engine. But the
I see how Chaos won.
Is turned off, and the Psychers start screaming in this endless cacophony of agony as the coral engine's blasts start flying out at a ludicrous strength. The light that burns Angron's eyes is so intense, and I believe it actually rips and sends 2 of his bloodthirsters back into the warp.
Oh, so now he's only got 6 bloodthirsters.
Oh, thank goodness.
What's he gonna do?
So he's like it's basically a gigantic gust of wind of psychic energy. Like he's putting swords in the ground to pull himself forward and up.
Oh yeah.
Get closer and closer to this abominable sorcery. The Imperials don't much like this feeling either in their head, but it's not as disdained as it is for the sorceress hating Khorne.
Yeah.
As he finally makes his way to the main section of the coral engine, explosives from the Inquisitor detonate, and he falls into this giant pit set for him. And from there, the full contingent of Grey Knights, their Dread Knights, their Paladins, and all their weapons, along with rites of banishment being spoken from the Grey Knights, just unleash onto Angron. Scion blasts from their hotshots, everything. Just this... Everyone is looking around this pit. Angron's at the bottom, currently wounded by the thing, and they are just gunning him to a pulp.
Wow. Oh, yeah, I would imagine. And you just don't stop firing until everything is spent and you have nothing left, because it's Angron. Unleash all of it. Fire everything!
And in the book makes it pretty clear that this would have killed him. Now, Angron, as a character, can't really die because he's a demon. In fact, with the breaking of the rift, he will always come back in 8 days, 8 hours.
Oh, it's 8 days. Okay, so it is 8 days. I thought I had it messed up. I thought it was 8 years, 8 months, 8 days. So it's 8 days, 8 hours, 8 minutes.
Man, that's actually a rather quick respawn timer for someone as crazy as Angron.
Yes, 8 days is not long, but it would keep him out from right here.
That's true, yeah.
But before they could, his retinue of bloodthirsters make their way up. And they have to adjust their fire at the bloodthirsters coming through. They take out a couple. I think the 4 swords and hammers of the various Grey Knights start cutting apart some of the bloodthirsters, 1 or 2 of them. One of them gets its whip of flame and brass.
It was 8 years. It got faster. Okay. Angron's stronger than Goku. I'm still waiting for that to be the comment chain. I need full details and power scaling of why Angron or Goku would win in a fight. I need the full details with power scaling, levels, and numbers. I don't care where you come up with it from. Just give me something.
And wraps it around Inquisitor Amagna. And she's still shouting rites of banishment, still yelling at the God Emperor's prayers, firing a bolt pistol at this bloodthirster as she is yanked towards him through the sky and has her head cut clean off.
Oh no! And anyway,
man, I mean, she went out as hard as she possibly could. You know, chanting those rites, shooting that pistol. Like, there are worse ways to go, I suppose. That's boy.
Brother Captain
wild.
This, of course, lets Angron get up a little bit because the fire has been moved. Brother Captain Crom actually throws his demon hammer and cracks Angron on the chin. And sends him actually flying backwards.
I've challenged the anime fans. All right, you want me to challenge the anime fans for real? All right, I want you guys to tell me in the comment section down below, if you choose to, you don't have to, but if you choose to, I want you guys to tell me who is the strongest anime protagonist, and I want you to tell me how they would beat Angron in a fight, if they could. Okay? That's what I want you guys to do. It can be any anime. You could tell me that it's Saitama, and it could One Punch Man defeat Angron. You could tell me that it's Ichigo. You could tell me that it's Naruto. You could tell me that it's Luffy. You know, maybe, who knows? Maybe Joy Boy is going to come in and just be able to rubber his way around and fight Angron. I don't know. I want to hear what you guys have to say.
Not flying backwards, but knocked back for a second. Hits him again in one of his horns. and the third strike was coming down right to his forehead before he got wrapped into the chains of one of his weapons. And then, unfortunately, his special axe, known as Spine Grinder.
Actually, I just realized something that I'm gonna trigger like a bunch of the old guard in chat right now. Do you guys remember the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny from like Newgrounds back in the day? The old Godzilla was hopping around Tokyo City like a big playground when suddenly Batman burst from his cage and hit Godzilla with a bat grenade. Godzilla got pissed and began to attack, but didn't expect to be blocked by Shaq. You remember that, right? So that's what it make me think of with all the anime fighting. So now I hope I just let that worm go back into your brain and you just got hit with nostalgia and your bones turned to dust.
Lived up to its name and absolutely turned him into two.
Oh, yikes. Man, Angron is going to town. Angron and his bloodthirsters are doing work.
They are
I don't like this new model. It holds too much sand.
crunching.
Yeah, they must love this. This is like, oh man, nothing better, baby.
So they finally make their way to the center of this coral engine.
Oh no.
To the major consoles and part. And to hear, there's this really weird part of the book where like time kind of slows. Mm-hmm. And Angron feels behind him this mass, this like ungodly large force behind him. Unsheathing a sword the size of a planet.
Oh.
Whoa.
And it's the idea is that behind him is like Korn himself.
Oh.
Kind of
all
right behind him, hand on his shoulder in a weird way. Like Angron is too paralyzed to turn around and look at what it is, but it's kind of like the guiding. It's almost like the hand of God.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily that
forwards.
like it feels like a bad thing behind him. Like it might paralyze him because it's so strong, but it's someone that wants to push him forward and like guide him. It's not someone that's necessarily trying to like stop him per se.
No. In fact, in a weird way, Angron is practically the sacrifice here. As Angron takes his weapons and jams them directly into the coral engine, and for a split second, the nails no longer rang, and he finally felt a moment of peace. A moment of no more pain and suffering to his mind and body. And then his entire body was just reduced to ash as the thing exploded.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Nothing.
So this isn't like is Angron fully completely dead?
No. He respawns.
Okay, so he's gonna respawn in
later.
8 days. Okay.
Yeah. And they talk
I was
about
gonna be
him
like,
respawning.
holy moly, did they just sacrifice Angron? But I mean, if you're gonna die and you're gonna need to go on the respawn timer, good reason to do it though. To get rid of this giant coral engine, make it explode, this thing that is just gonna be a blight to chaos. That is
I can't see. I. Oh God! What did I just do? What did I just do? Oh, I got scared for a second. I cannot wait to read the Arc of Omen series. I believe I have the first two books ordered. I haven't put 3, 4, and 5 on my wish list yet, but I'm so excited for them. They look so damn good.
Reason to take an L. I mean, it's not really an L. That's kind of a big dub, but you get the idea.
No, he respawns, and it says in the book that once he does, he's like, one day I'll know the peace of my actual final death, and him not actually being dead makes him very angry and he starts murdering people. So, classic.
Classic Angron. Yeah. Vintage Angron.
Not a murder
This
hobo.
basically destroys the planet. This engine was like in the core of its planet. Like
it was wrapped up to the entire planet. That thing blows up the whole.
Zenth, I'm not gonna tell you when I put them up. I'm gonna do them at really obscure times. I might put one up this stream. You'll have no idea. I might put one up tomorrow. I might put one up in an hour. I might put one up in a minute. I might put one up in a month. You won't know.
Planet goes, yeah.
This thing just starts heaving. Tectonic plates get ruined and adjusted. Lava starts flowing. And with this thing gone, this leads to the greatest ritual and the greatest sacrifice for Khorne, Angron being the final like wet blade to make the final incision of the ritual. And then all the screens on all the loyalist ships turn blood red, and all the people have their veins bulging out of their bodies. And they go insane. And almost every mortal in the Imperium in this area gets afflicted by the murder curse.
The murder curse. What?
We're talking Space Marines. We're talking sisters. We're talking fleets and guardsmen. That Admiral before Admiral Pell is eaten alive by his bridge crew. Everyone. Like there's like a little excerpt of a sister's canoness like having to stop her fellow sisters from murdering everyone and trying to get things back together, and then she's just obliterated by a titan that has turned mad.
Oh my god. So
holy crap.
Khorne just went super crazy after this thing got destroyed?
Oh my goodness.
This was half of the World Eater ships and ungodly amounts of Imperials and the blood tithe of a planet, not just the amount of dead, but also the destruction of sorcery. That's his thing, man.
So once that thing got destroyed, Khorne was like, ooh, finger licking good. And he just was just like, oh, this is it. I am supercharged. Oh, baby, let's go. He's like, this is an all-you-can-eat buffet for him.
Yep.
So is that really all we got, though, from the Grey Knights for this entire thing? Like, they literally... I know that the books will obviously explain it more in detail, and this is one that I will get to learn the details of quite involved, because I'm reading the series. But, like, do they really just show up, try to kill Angron, and then that's kind of it? Man, I can see why you guys feel like they're just like they're just the edge team. They're like, oh, they're so cool. We're gonna build up. Nah. The murder curse causes an entire galactic sector of Indominus fleet to fall into psychotic frenzy. Literally billions, if not trillions. That is insane.
Truly is like disdain and hatred for sorcery and ungodly amounts of blood. The entire system is now basically infected by a murder virus, so to speak.
Wow. Oh man. So can Khorne, like, when so Shai said like this is a newly created murder curse. Is this something?
Now this entire curse probably powers Khorne like to the moon, right? I'm sure it doesn't make him more powerful. Wait, isn't like the one who could win the one who can win out of the gods is Tzeentch. But if he wins, then he would also become weaker, right? Like there's like a monkey's paw thing for Tzeentch that keeps him from winning. But like, wouldn't this make Khorne incredibly powerful?
Thing Khorne can just do now. He can just inflict a murder curse on people if the conditions are right, and just force everyone to go stir crazy and just murderize everything in a fit of rage, no matter what they believe in.
So you're I think you're looking a little too into it.
Oh. Okay.
You gotta think like this was just it's a ritual to the dark gods. This was a gigantic carnal slaughter that empowers Khorne. And so Khorne threw this whole thing out, this powerful curse, because this giant psychic device he had detonation. Like it's just this is the result of what happened here. Your results may vary, you know?
Yeah, because I mean, you're not going to get a catastrophe of this level every day, right? This is planetary destruction, massive war. So yeah, I guess this should kind of just be seen as a one-off. This isn't like this isn't like, oh man, Khorne leveled up and now he can just murder curse. It's, the conditions have to be right, and the aftermath of such a catastrophic loss of life results.
This is Khorne creatine.
So, with that, way at the edge of the system is the Arcs of Omen, Stygian heart of the of the Tzeentch worshippers.
Yeah.
And in this arc, coils of brass and silver start to maneuver their way through the Ark, repairing its damages and fixing things up. And on the bridge comes out the metal clockwork hiss of Vashtor the Archiphaean.
Oh, let's go, Vashtor.
And he begins to pilot this Ark towards the surface of
Every
Malak
time we talk
Bile.
about Vashtor, I'm
And
happy.
in fact, the Tzeentch worshippers, very upset at who the hell this is, he is able to keep them away from the bridge for a while by closing doors, closing bulkheads and stuff. But he's actually kind of pleased with how they're getting through his defenses. It's very smart and cunning as of Tzeentch. And so with one rap of his hammer on the ground, he teleports all of the Tzeentch worshippers to the warp, to his soul forges, in which he will provide to them a suitable contract for their extreme cunning and services.
Oh, well, good for them. They're about to get there. Yeah, hey, cool. Good for them. Nice work.
And so he slowly brings in the Ark into Malak Bale system, and down there he finds, after deep within the core, cracked away, now revealed with the destruction of the psychic device, a piece of a weird sweltering black rock.
But this wasn't the first one he
that
found, right? I know they're looking for all the
with
MacGuffins, but this isn't the first one.
delicate, like, touch of reverence almost, is able to take it and put it into a ship, and he sails right back off.
Okay. Like, a part of me thought you were about to say, like, oh, yeah, since it's Vashtor and he's all about, like, the forge and making stuff and he can fix ships and
Too bad Be'lakor screws Vashtor. Does he actually? I guess I don't know anything about Vashtor other than what we've learned here so far until I read the rest of the Arcs of Omen. The first book and the second book, I believe, were shipped out, so I will get them soon, and I cannot wait to start. The third book is really expensive. I don't know why the third book is really expensive. Like, jokes aside, I know Zinth is like, I'm gonna get him. The third book is really expensive. Fourth book is normal price. Fifth book is also quite expensive. But third book, damn. Be'lakor acting like a bitch makes sense. I can't wait.
stuff. I thought you were going to say he was about to fix that Coral engine and make it like a chaos version of it that just empowers chaos and just turn it against the Humies and more chaos. But ooh, it's much more foreboding and foreshadowing than that. I like it.
The artifact was only revealed once the Coral engine was destroyed. So by using Angron as the perfect tool to destroy a psychic witch beacon.
Wait. So you're telling me that those books are also rule books? What? How does that work? How does that work? How does that work? Wait, so they're stories but also rule books? I don't mean to sound stupid here. That's weird to me. That's cool, but very weird to me. Huh. That's really neat. That's such a cool way. Wait, that is such a cool way to actually that's actually a really, really cool system to have literature mixed in with the rules. That's I don't want to curse. That's really effing neat. That's such a cool idea. That's actually neat. That's in the little bit I've seen of GW, that seems like a rare GW win. That's really cool. Okay, all right, going back. I'm sorry. I was just scrolling and looking at that. That's pretty damn neat.
It really was the right decision.
Yep.
And
sure
as
was.
Shai has mentioned, the remaining of that fleet will be either.
Oh, sorry. It's like this. You have codexes and campaign books, which with lore and rules. Besides these, you have novels. Oh, Zinth, that book is so expensive. Don't you even dare. That book is so expensive. Don't even dare. I don't know why the Angron one is so pricey, but oh my god, is it so pricey. Zinth, what are you doing? That is so expensive. It's so that was the most expensive one in the set. Dude, thank you, but dude, I don't know why is it because the cover art? But like, I don't know why the Angron section and the Lion section are both the most pricey. Thank you very much, Synth, but that's insane. That's insane. I mean, it was expensive. Okay, well, I now apparently have the first 3 books. All I have that leaves the 4th and the 5th. Thank you. I can read them all? No, I still need the 4th and 5th before I can read them all. But I'm looking forward to doing it eventually. Zinth is a lunatic. Thank you. Before I go, favorite chapter of the Space Marines? My favorite chapter of the Space Marines is the Alpha Legion. But secondarily, it would be the Dark Angels. You're welcome. Thank you very much, Sweet Bean. That was very kind of you. Mwah. All right. Let's get back to finishing the video. Friggin' goober.
Given to Khorne, or be considered traitor because of what's going on, even if it wears off. So,
oh yeah, they would be because the murder curse.
Yep. There's actually a hilarious part where a sister Repentia goes crazy and kills one of her sisters because of this, and then the unaffected sister shoots the Repentia and then says unforgiven.
And I dub the unforgiven.
Yeah, it's like, you are unforgiven. Oh,
Yep.
Yes, okay. All right. Angron weapons are Spine Grinder and Somniaris. The former is a titanic chain axe far beyond most mortal craft. It is also known as Persiac's Folly, named for the traitor Forge World that labored for decades to construct it, only to become the axe's first victim when Angron scorned their supplication. The latter is a demon blade of prodigious size containing the essence of a powerful Slaneshi demon whose gladiatorial posturing offended the Primarch enough for him to administer the beating of a lifetime using nothing more than an unworked iron bar, forging the blade in the process.
What?
I'm gonna beat you into a sword, and I'm gonna use that sword.
That's amazing.
Okay, I kind of love that.
Those are the most Angron weapons you could ask for. I'm just gonna take this iron bar and I'm gonna beat you so fucking bad it's gonna grind into a sword, and I'm gonna just keep using it because you, Slanesh demon. Wow.
Not to mention the damn chain axe is called. It's literally like, wow, thanks, Traitor Forger, for making me this axe. I'm going to kill you all with this axe.
It's like, yes, this is finally crafted. Now, if only I could test it out.
He's got the big iron on his hip. He does.
Angron is just another level of psycho. Like, oh my god.
It's so hilarious. The sheer level.
Angron is so far beyond savage that it becomes comical.
Yeah.
Like, it is.
Yeah.
He is 40k in a nutshell. Wow. I love it.
It's pretty great.
It is fantastic. I love it. Oh my god, these books are amazing.
I am very happy with the arcs.
Hey, that's the book that Zid got me.
Angron one also heralds the release of the World Eaters Codex 2, which I would love to get so we can have an episode on that. Yeah, it's also normally whenever there's like these kinds of stories, there's a little bit of like win some, lose some for both sides. This was a pure chaos win.
Oh,
they got what they wanted. Imperials are screwed. Tons more Khorne worshippers now, and their fancy pantsy psychic device is gone.
Yep, there is nothing good came out of this for the Imperium.
Nope.
Nothing. All of their generals and their special people and their Inquisitor, dead. Fancy psychic device that could have absolutely been such a vital tool for them and something that would help them so much. Man.
John Warhammer.
Imperium, get.
Also, yes, Shai makes a good point. It's first time it's confirmed, as far as she knows, that Primaris Marines can be corrupted by Chaos as well. Also, they
are we
corrupted...
gonna get Chaos Primaris Marines? Is that a thing?
No, currently not. But
will it
it's
be?
the fact that they got affected by it. And I mean, Sisters also got affected by it too, which is equally as surprising. I know there's some Sister stuff back then, but they're like known for being mostly pretty damn hard to corrupt.
Yeah. How would you feel if they released Chaos
That art is
Primaris
wild.
Marines and Chaos Sisters? If something like this was like, oh, hey, guess what we're planning to do for Khorne?
I mean, I don't know. Chaos Sisters feels a bit against their thing as models. Like, I'm okay with them having it in the lore every so often, but like, I don't know, as
But not
models
as like
it feels
an
a little
actual
bizarre.
mini in the game.
I mean, Primaris Chaos Marines are basically just like there's already Marines that have been juiced up by Chaos. Like they're basically a Primaris Marine at that point. It's just a various type. The only things that weren't really affected by the situation that happened here were like the Grey Knights, and like custodians wouldn't be affected, you know.
Naturally, sure.
But for the most part, yeah, pretty much there was no safety. No, pretty much no one outside of the Grey Knights in this major battle were safe from Khorne's effects. And it could just be because he needed this big of a sacrifice, this level of psychic machine. But
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess you couldn't really turn that into a squad because, like, to even have enough chaos craziness to affect a sister or a
Also, I'm going to say this now, and it should go without saying. Don't at me in the Discord while I'm streaming live. I don't want to see individual @Tetras in the Discord while I'm live. It should not take a rocket scientist to see that's not the right thing to do. As my mod just Shadow Realmed somebody. Alright, anyway.
Primaris Marine. You needed this almost apocalyptic event and loss of life to make it happen. So it's not like, again, that's not something that's going to happen every day. That's not something you can just keep churning out. Like, sure, they might exist in the ruins of Malik Bile, but there's no way Chaos can keep making that shit happen.
there's also, real quick, before we wrap it up, there is a World Eaters thing in the book called Blood Tithe. World Eaters in game are basically a stat check. They're like, we're not super tanky and we can't really do a whole lot in shooting, but if we get to you, like, goodbye. The moment we touch you, you are gone. They have this awesome rule called Blood Tithe, which is a point system. And you get a point.
Your new model looks so good. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
For doing certain things like killing worthy opponents and stuff. But the main thing is you get a point for every single unit that is destroyed, friend or foe. Because Khorne does not care from which the blood flows.
As long as the blood flows, be it friend or foe. Oh man, no wonder Khorne just loves Angron. My boy, my baby
My boy.
So
My
you
son.
can spend these points on various things to make you better in the game. But the big one is at 6 points. If you have Angron, you can resurrect him if he has died.
Will you watch more arcs today or Casual Geo? I don't know yet. Well, most likely Casual Geo. I try to save one of these per stream.
And bring him back on the battlefield. So his coming back to life thing is an in-game mechanic. He's really actually quite squishy. I think he dies by far the fastest out of any of the Primarchs.
Oh.
But then you just set him back up. And you can do it, so long as you have the points, you can do it as many times as you want.
Oh, that's
man,
funny. That's so funny.
That's pretty poggers. And
It's
of course,
pretty
for
hilarious.
for the tabletop, you've got to have some sort of setback where it's like, yeah, he's kind of squishy, but as long as you have 6 points, bring, you bring him right back. Yeah.
Yeah, and when he comes back alive, he only has like half of his wounds. So it's like it works that way, but it's
He
still
gets
like
progressively easier to kill with more the more resurrections that happen.
yeah, and it's still just no, it's just 8. I think he has like
Oh, okay.
17, but then he has 8 when he comes back up.
Right. It doesn't go like, 8 and then 4 and then 2 or something. It's just always.
Somehow Jesus
always eight.
returned.
Gotcha.
Of course it's always 8, DK. Of course it's always 8.
Of course, it's Khorne. It's his
Yeah.
number.
Anyway,
Whew.
Good old Arcs of Omen are continually excellent lore
Oh,
reads.
yeah. Oh, man.
Love them. Great stuff. Huge Chaos W. Enormous. Probably one of the biggest Chaos wins I've seen in a bit.
Yeah.
That was a big one.
Honestly, that was fantastic. I love this one. I'm really enjoying this series a lot. Like I'm really enjoying it a lot. So yeah, I can't wait to watch the next part. We'll probably do that on Wednesday is what? Wait. Isn't Wednesday Christmas Eve? Ooh. I don't know if I'm going to be on. I don't know how. If I am, I'm going to be like squeezing in something small. If I'm on, I'm squeezing in something real small. So maybe it would just be like a little thing. I'm not sure about that one. Also, Gillamom, can you read us a bedtime story? Yeah, I'll read you the Book of Angron. He's an empath, so it will help you fall asleep. All right, let me take a quick minute. Let me put on some music. Let me just go and get some coffee, and then we'll go into the next video, okay? So just give me just a minute, guys. I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello. Any Kroot fans? What's a Kroot? What is a Kroot? Heresy lore I'm into, but 40k is my tabletop obsession. Oh, okay. The lioness wakes, I awake. I am here. Mother has abandoned us? I would never. All right. Well, let's get the next video ready. Let's start steamrolling. Let's start getting our backlog. All right, that's one video done. All right. Let's do the pigeon video next. I believe I have 3 casuals, and I also have some where they are now videos from. Why? A walking lanky bird without feathers that eats them. Oh, okay. Guys, you guys are. What just happened? Book 4 is now 23% funded because you guys are lunatics. Like, I don't know why you guys are such lunatics. You guys are just lunatics, I swear. Oh my god, I can't with you. I can't with you. I'm not blaming you, Zinth. I'm not blaming you. Was that Zinth again? No. No, it was from an anonymous with a fake name. It's like, oh look. Freaking goobers. The lot of ya. The lot of ya. The lot of ya. Oh my goodness. I don't like again, I'll straight up say this because I don't mind like being honest about this. Like, if I seem excited about something, like, I don't know why some people, like, their opinions are so strong that they have the compelling need to be a turd in the punch bowl. Like, the person that got banned from the Discord quite literally was, like, adding me, like, midstream while talking about this. And it's literally like, at Tetra, please skip the Farsight one. Trust me, nothing of value will be lost if you skip it. You will only get bad impressions of Farsight. The only thing you need to know happens is Vashtar gets part of his thing. That's it. Nothing else matters. At Tetra, also the Arcs of Omen are known to be a series not good, to say it lightly. You're about to read some very mid books. Like, don't be a dick. Like, people can have fun. Like, people can have fun. Like, just let me try enjoying a series. I'm excited about it. I'm showing interest in it. Like, why? Like, what? Like, why? Why are you adding me in my Discord? Like, why are you adding me in my Discord while I'm live on YouTube? Like, do you think that your opinion matters more than the people who are in my chat? It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me. Like, I don't get that. Like, not for nothing. Not for nothing. And I don't want to be too harsh. But, like, I want you guys to know, like, the first comment this person ever wrote to me was, like, blatant sexism. And I kind of turned a blind eye to it. When I was talking about learning to paint figures, they're like, oh, it's just like painting your nails. And I'm like, huh, that's an interesting comparison. All right. So I knew at some point something would go. I knew at some point something would go. Like, yeah, that's the comparison you need to make for me to understand it. Really. Also, thank you for whoever contributed, you goobers, for the Alpharius. Thank you. I literally posted the same comment word for word from a previous stream. Bro really needed to learn. Wait. Bro really needs to just learn. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I'm just excited to learn about this whole Vashtor arc. Like that. Like, I'm excited about it. It lasted longer than it needed to. Yeah. It did. I mean, that one I've actually heard from other gals in the hobby. I mean, I get my nails done at a nail salon. I don't do them myself, and I can tell you from when I have painted them myself, it is nothing like it. It is nothing like painting your nails at all. At all. It is a drastically different experience. That is like, if a girl in the hobby is telling you it's just like painting your nails, she's trying to dumb it down for you, not the other way around, because that is the most absurdly blanket statement that makes no sense at all. The brush strokes are completely different. The way that you do it is completely different. It makes no sense to me why there would be that comparison. You should ask, I should ask my nail tech to actually paint my miniatures. She would probably be really good at it. You're right. I don't know. I just find that a crazy statement. I just find that to be a crazy statement. Yo, business idea, Warhammer Salon. I painted my niece's nail like I paint my minis, so did I screw up her nails? Look, if you paint... Hear me out. This is what I'm trying to say here. If you paint minis, you absolutely can paint nails. If you paint nails, it does not mean you can paint minis. I can tell you painting nails is a lot easier than painting a miniature. Because, like, there's so many variables with painting a miniature, with using the spray paints, with using or whatever they're called. It's a spray paint, but it's, you know what I mean. The air paint air, whatever the fuck it's called. Air gun. I don't even know. Paint gun. What's the word? But yeah, no. What nails need like 5 coats of paint? Depending on how you get your nails done, right? So like I get gel manicures, okay? So it's a base coat. Well, first it's a layer to cure and prepare the nails. Then after that, it's a base coat. Then after that, it's 2 layers of the paint. Then it's top coat. So yes, there is 5 layers of paint on my nails. But it's a very different experience than painting a mini. Like, again, painting an airbrush. Thank you. I could not think of it for the life of me. Painting minis, like, if you want to make the comparison, like, again, like, the point is, if that's the comparison you're making because you see a girl getting into the hobby, it just seems, if that's like your first statement, it's just a red flag to me. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm the irony is that I think that painting miniatures is a lot harder than painting nails. That's at the bottom line. That's all I'm saying. Unironically, I've gotten insanely useful tips for painting lighting of my Night Lords from nail techs, acrylic nail techniques for diffusing lighting. Oh, you know, that absolutely I could see. That it was more so the matter that it's a blanket statement as a first-time comment, but I don't find the comparison to be really there. At least in my experience, I just think that the painting miniatures in general is a lot more involved because you're working in smaller spaces on different textures. When you're working on a nail, it is a slightly rounded flat surface, and it is mostly just layer. Don't go over the cuticle, right? And then put under UV light. That's it. It's a lot simpler of a process. Same, my sisters gave me a lot. All right, you guys proving me wrong then, sure. I'm merely saying that it like I have now painted minis because I've been practicing on my Gundam ones, and I think that it's much harder than painting my nails. That's all. One thick coat. Don't go over the cuticle is my major problem. I would buy minis, but I have nowhere to put them. No, I'm Pen. Wisdom is the other mod. Totally fair. What you prefer is what you prefer. I felt 7th got way too gonzo and 9th too much bloat, so I like 10th started. Oh, okay. I just think it's funny that like that you guys are all like, yeah, my sisters helped me learn a lot of techniques. I think that's really cute. It's also weird to be like, oh, you're a girl, you know how to do nails. I've known plenty of girls that don't do their own nails. Well, I think that, so Samurai kind of hits the nail on the head why it rubbed me the wrong way. Like that, like as a first comment, that's not exactly the most pleasant thing. That's all. It's okay. I get the litany of both wonderful fronts, right? I get the sexism, plus I get the people who are like, you have a deeper voice, you're a man. You know, I get both fronts. I get misogyny and prejudice. It's really cool. It's really cool. All right. Let's get the next video ready. Let's get how humanity gave this animal the middle finger. Oh, it's a good title. Hi, Mohammed.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh my god. All right, hold on. Okay. Whoa, we're talking about... No, we're not. That was I said the word once. Let me get the video ready. Look at this chunky boy. Look at him. He's so cute. You're not a man? Gasp. Crazy. VTubers and Squeaky instantly default to use a man. I always get it. I always get one or two. I always get one or two per video. Okay. All right. Let's get this going. Okay. Let me mute the music. All right. All right. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? We have how humanity gave this thing. Okay, wow, I can't speak. We're watching Casual Geographic. How humanity gave this animal the middle finger.
Oh my god, what is that?
I have never seen a pigeon with legs like this way. Is this something I haven't? I see pigeons every day in New York. Okay, I see pigeons every day. I have never seen this. I have never seen this.
Oh my god, what is that?
No way they're gonna kill this pigeon.
No! No! My babies! I'm sorry. Yura will be devastated. She always says how she wants to steal a pigeon and bring it home. I love pigeons. They're so stupid.
Definitely know who this is and why he was an icon, but
Yes.
did you know there were at least 2 creatures that khaki animal Jesus was afraid of? 1, hippos.
Fair.
No further explanation needed.
Absolutely.
But also, parrots. Yeah, the same Steve Irwin that cuddled crocodiles, got a hickey from a python on live TV and apologized to the python, and did this, was the same man that experienced legitimate fear in the face of an overgrown parakeet.
Is it just like a fear of birds that he had? Or is it specifically parakeets? What's scary about a parakeet? I actually don't know. I don't really think parakeets are that scary, though. What about a parakeet is scary?
And the crazy part is, that has nothing to do with this video. I really only brought that up to make my biggest fear sound less ridiculous. Because out of all the animals in the world, I've historically only been afraid of one. I've held 8-foot pythons when I was 6. I've had no problems with the spiders in my house.
Oh, that was cute, though.
I've always had a soft spot for sharks, yet the one
So volume is a little bit too loud, isn't it? Let me lower it a little tiny bit. I don't know why this video is kind of coming out as loud as it is.
animal that could stop me dead in my tracks. Matter of fact, just guess. What do y'all think I'm about to
Considering
say?
the video, I'm assuming pigeons.
Here's an ad while you grapple with that. Pigeons. It's always been pigeons. I could never fully explain it, but as early as I can remember, these bum doves put the fear of Dante's Inferno in every fiber of my vessel. There's two.
But why? They're such cute animals. Why do you? They're just little rats with wings. They made Mike Tyson who he is today. What's scary about that?
2 stories that sum up my feelings towards pigeons. As a kid, I could vaguely remember crossing the street with my dad when one of the spawns of avian Antichrist popped out from under the car like a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare. And from the way my dad likes to tell this story, apparently I recoiled so bad that I jumped back and nearly got turned into a speed bump by a passing van.
Oh my
There's an
God!
alternate universe where my irrational fear of pigeons cost my folks a dependent and had me heaven sent. So this is really more exposure therapy than an actual video, and the first step is understanding. There are a lot more types of pigeons than my subconscious could ever curse me with.
Well, aren't doves and pigeons basically the same thing? Right? Like, aren't doves and pigeons basically the same thing?
There's over 350 pallets of pigeons populating the planet. You got the Victoria crowned pigeon, the biggest
wow.
bird on the roster whose headdress got it named after royalty. Then there's the Nicobar, the closest thing to a present-day dodo, and definitely the
It's so
high-piece
cute!
flexor.
Wait, I love that! I have never seen this before! It's related to the dodo bird? Look at it! Look at this little guy! I love him!
The family. Can't forget the Karuru, the New Zealand variant, famous for being a crippling alcoholic.
Oh.
As in, they'll get so hammered off fermented fruit that they legit forget how to fly. And you've probably heard the phrase turtle dove, especially this time of year. Well, today I found out that I apparently had no clue what they look like, or that they originated from the Middle East. A hop,
Really?
skip, and an 8-hour flight to the Philippines, and you'll find a Luzon bleeding heart pigeon, named for obvious reasons. You got the silvery wood, the maroon pigeon, and the purple winged dove.
Dude, I have to tell you, birds are definitely like the weakest information dump I could provide. I don't know a lot about a lot of birds, but I didn't even know there was this many pigeons. What the heck?
All of which are in danger of being discontinued. And then you got the pigeons humans bred like dogs, which would easily make this the pug of poultry. It's like a
What?
pigeon police sketch done by
Wait, somebody bred this thing to exist? Somebody bred this thing to exist? Excuse me?
kindergartner on Adderall with no prior knowledge of anything bird. There's hundreds of breeds of pigeons, and the English powder might just be the nest.
Of course the British did it. Of course the British did it. Why do you guys have to ruin everything? Why do you guys have to ruin everything that I love? Why? Why? Your food is bland. Everything's brown and gray. You eat mushy peas. And now you gotta ruin my pigeons.
Work of all, although the English carrier might just be a close second.
You people are monsters. How could you? Look what you did to this thing. Look what you did to this thing. How could you? Oh my god.
Because honestly, what in the what even is this? What was the goal if this was the outcome?
Seriously?
All those pigeon remixes go back to the OG, the rock dove, aka the main mugshot that comes up when you Google pigeon. And this is where I stopped hating and started learning. For example, the rock dove was originally only found here. Well, actually here in the dark red.
Oh.
That's right, any place outside this red is a place people uber the scourge of my soul. That includes what might as well be the pigeon capital of the world, New York City.
Really?
So of course I just had to grow up 15 minutes from it because RNG. Apparently, pigeons first touched American
Wait, Casual's near me? Oh, that's crazy.
soil in the early 1600s via Europeans. That means the flying city merchant is more natural to the Sahara Desert than to the streets of Manhattan. Which brings me to half the reason I'm making this video.
What's the one thing you spend way too much time thinking about?
I think all the time about how we domesticated pigeons and then we decided we don't want to use them anymore for like messages. So they are completely reliant on humans. Have you ever seen like a nest of a pigeon?
No, and I didn't know we domesticated them either.
Yeah, they're like nests or like 3 twigs and like.
My heart is now broken and I now need to go get a pigeon. We ruined these poor animals. Oh my god. This will now live rent-free in my head forever. I have never once thought about this. I see these things every single day of my life, and I have never once thought about this. My heart is now broken, and I need a pigeon.
The egg is just on the cold ground, so.
Because they don't know how to build a nest because we messed them up?
Yeah.
I did not know how to take this revelation, and after looking into it, she's half right. Pigeon nest is a meme as old as time. This is really something only an animal with no access to birth control could come up with. It's heavy on them kids, but before they're even born. At this point, it's like they're trying so hard not to try that it would literally take less effort to try.
But we did it to them! They're not idiots! We made them the idiots they are! I want to blame the British!
The thing is, they weren't named rock dove for nothing. In the wild, they'd normally raise their aesthetically challenged children on cliff ledges or crevices, which ended up being not that far off from where they shack up now. And as long as the ground's flat and the egg doesn't roll away to become a late termination and an early onset omelet, this is really all they need. Minimalism for the win. But the other point she made about us pretty much abandoning them, turns out it's pretty accurate. Which actually brings me to my second story. So I had spent the day walking around New York with my mom and was understandably starving. So hungry that we decided to get food from a street side meat vendor. The cardinal sin of the city, but we didn't know any better. The food was immediately off, but let's be honest, not enough for me to stop. I remember the meat tasting gamey and fatty and had this really strong aftertaste that
No! Don't tell me this guy fed you pigeon! No!
never experienced before. It wasn't until I was 2/3 done that I noticed a small cage halfway tucked under the stand. A small cage with maybe a dozen pigeons swarming around. It was at this moment I realized I was sold a chicken leg lie. Your boy just ate some pigeon wings. Now that story is almost completely made up, but peep how just the idea of getting calories from a concrete chicken probably disgusted most of y'all.
I was gonna say, I'm like, that would never fly in Manhattan. That would never fly in Manhattan. No pun intended. Like that would never ever fly. I really would. I've never seen something like. Oh my heart almost went into like a million pieces.
The thing is, pigeons are regularly eaten by
pigeon is a delicacy, but it's not the same type of pigeon. Like when you think of a pigeon that people eat, I worked in a French restaurant, right? Like you would get squab. Squab and rock dove or rock pigeon are not the same thing. You know, like you're not going and eating New York City pigeon. It's like they're in the same Strider, cease, bad, no spending money. But it's not the same. It's not the same. I've had squab before. I've had squab, and squab is very good, but it's not the same as like as what's it called, as New York City pigeon.
People in a lot of places.
It can totally be the same thing. Oh wait, hold on. Let's go to Dr. Google so I don't just make myself look like an idiot. All right, is squab different than New York pigeon? What are you guys doing? What are you doing? Yeah, here we go. Yes, squab is different from the New York City pigeon. Squabs are raised for livestock. New York City pigeons are wild rock doves. See? Different. No. Do not ruin my world. Do not shatter these things that I love and believe in. Anyway, back to the video.
Squab is a name for an immature
See?
pubescent domestic pigeon, and it's considered a delicacy depending on where you're standing. Which shouldn't even really be a surprise, because one thing about pigeons, they get violated by the entire food chain. I've seen with my eyes pigeons get absolutely bodied by a street savvy Stuart Little. They somehow manage to find ways to take.
That was my mod. That was my mod taking a pigeon
get
away.
Absolutely bodied by a street savvy Stuart Little. They
Pen,
somehow
how could
manage
you?
to find ways to take L's from turtles. In fact, there's a catfish that specializes in murking an animal that literally got gift wrapped the ability to fly. And to add insult to injury, the fish is virtually blind. How do you fumble that bad? Pretty much the entire cast of Over the Hedge plays population control for pigeons, and we've all seen how pelicans conduct themselves in pigeon presence.
I've seen the pelican
and
video.
humans were no different, and food was one of the many reasons pigeons were added to the American census. Another reason was to employ them as messengers before iPhone became a thing. But another reason was for pets. There was a time where owning a pack of pigeons wasn't just normal, it was a sign of status. If you had pigeons on your property, it meant you were probably doing well in life.
Really?
Akbar the Great of the
I mean, I knew Mike Tyson had pigeons, and like the story with Mike Tyson, from what I remember, right? He had a pet pigeon, and then a bully came and broke the pigeon's neck, and then Mike Tyson proceeded to body him, and that was when he knew he wanted to be a boxer. Now that might be embellished, but that's the story I remember Mike Tyson talking about. Pelicans scare me.
Had not one, but 2,000 pigeons as wow, that is a comma. Make that 20,000 pet pigeons. But in the time since, hoarding pigeons went from a flex to something that guarantees you dirty looks on the subway. And that's thanks to one of the most egregious gaslight campaigns you've ever seen. In June 1966, New York Parks Commissioner Thomas Hoving verbally eviscerated pigeons, blaming them for spreading filth and disease, and used a term you've definitely heard of, rats with wings.
Yep.
And just like that, the pigeon's reputation went straight to hell, with no return trip. A couple things that are interesting though. In the same article, Mr. Hoving also blamed the homeless and homosexuals for bringing property value down. He also became the commissioner January 16th, 1966.
Look at that face. That is the most punchable face I have ever seen.
And resigned March 15th of the next year. His actual term was just over a year, but the slander he tagged the Metro Tweety with was permanent. Then Woody Allen dogpiled on them, and humanity has hated pigeons ever since.
It's not pretty at all. They're rats with wings.
It's kind of like how Mark Twain roasted coyotes so flagrantly, not only did it single-handedly earn them smoke from the public, it was directly responsible for the luckless Looney Tune. That's not a throwaway joke either. Look up what Wile E. Coyote was based on. It's actually wild. But thanks to these three words, the bird that was more common in royalty than marrying your cousin got typecast as the flying version of the animal whose hygiene allegedly turned half the population into a hashtag.
That's so
I gotta
sad.
say allegedly because new evidence suggests that rats weren't even responsible for the plague to begin with.
Why the fuck you lying?
Pigeons got lied on too because they're nowhere near the disease risk we labeled them as, and I legitimately didn't know that before researching. They can carry disease, but because of their immune system, it's actually rare for them to transmit them to people. I know. I couldn't believe it either.
Look at
It also turns out the glorified gutter tweety is actually resistant to bird flu. Now they still can catch you slipping, and usually the problems come from their lesser half. When pigeons drop deuces in one spot, it can dry up and eventually turn into dust. Breathe enough of that doo-doo dust and you can end up with a nasty infection known as bird handler's lung. But even then, it takes a lot, like on some you clean bird as a hobby for you to be exposed enough to be down bad. So yeah, pigeons carry diseases, but no more than any other animal. I mean, by that logic, humans carry disease, but we're still out here raw dogging handshakes.
True.
Dogs can carry disease, yet I still see people tongue kissing them. Deer are walking Airbnbs for ticks peddling Lyme disease.
Yep.
And cats done infected half the people watching this. Yet pigeons are the ones that got tattooed as rodents with frequent flyer miles. Between 1941 and 2003, there have been 176 documented cases of pigeons passing off disease to a human. And again, it'd virtually take you being Buddy from that one Hey Arnold episode. You know what else I found out? Pigeons don't really spill sugar honey iced tea while flying. They 100% can, but since that could involve hitting their own feet, they prefer to do it on a perch. So it turns out the dirtiest thing about pigeons is the way we've done them. Which actually sucks, because once I started to work past my pigeon prejudice, I realized, I can't believe I'm about to say this, pigeons are low-key broken, like they're mad talented for no reason. Like for example, they're one of the fastest things with wings in the world. Pigeons can fly at averages of 60 miles per hour, but can peak out at nearly 100.
Wow.
There have even been stories of pigeons triggering speed cameras in streets. We don't really notice because one of their biggest ops also happens to be the fastest thing alive, which is how they can get packed up by a 200 mile per hour Falcon Punch. But pigeons still have the juice to dodge a peregrine and live to talk about it. Put it this way, the fastest thing on Earth hunts pigeons, and even that's not a total mismatch. And a good reason is another superpower we don't talk about. Their eyes. The only real self-defense pigeons practice is the power of foresight. So if they don't see danger coming, or worse, don't recognize it, they just get bullied. But pigeons have 340-degree vision and can even see wavelengths of light invisible to us. They're so busted that the US Navy once upon a time tried using the chicken of the city to conduct search and rescue missions out in the ocean. Basically, they trained a couple pigeons to recognize random red or orange objects, you know, the colors you'd expect from a life jacket, and then press, or more like peck, on a switch on site.
Oh, that's so clever!
The pigeons notice the target 90% of the time, completely outclassing the human rescue crew who just barely pulled off 40%. Then there's the fact that the pigeons could remain vigilant for hours without falling off. Unfortunately, the experiment was cut short due to budget cuts, and every pigeon involved getting killed during a crash landing. But even this experiment showcased another pigeon flex. They're way smarter than they get credit for. They probably would if they could talk like parrots or ravens. But even with a brain in the weight class of a walnut, pigeons...
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, hearing a raven go, "Who's a good boy," is probably the most terrifying thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That imagine that thing in your window, just like you're sitting there painting your little Warhammer figure, and it just goes, "Who's a good boy?" Yeah, that's right, you paint. Who's a good boy? Imagine how terrifying that would be. Imagine how scary that would be. God, that gave me goosebumps.
Can still surprise us. Trained pigeons can actually pass the mirror test, the same one most dogs and cats fail. In 1995, a study found that pigeons could be taught to tell the difference between a Picasso painting and Monet. I'm not gonna lie to you, I myself can't do that. To a similar beat, pigeons could be trained to tell apart malignant breast tumors from the benign. And yeah, we're still talking about a bird here. A German study in 1990 found that the avian overachievers could successfully memorize 725 different black and white patterns and correctly identify the 100 patterns associated with the reward. Pigeons also have an ability to count that rivals primates. Bro, tell me why folks found out that the Bane of Broadway can read. So what scientists did, right, they taught these pigeons a bunch of words and would either show a real word on screen or a misspelt one to go with a star. If it was an actual word like, for example, dog, they had to peck at the word. And if it was some nonsense like ugged, the rules were to peck at the star. Get it right and they'd win food. Tell me why the feathery assault on your windshield actually did better than the baboons that took the same.
I mean, I always have mixed feelings when it comes to like condition response type of things, right? Like they understand at least the core principle of it, but which is kind of crazy. But I mean, it's still super impressive. It's still super impressive.
Test. It was at this moment I went from highly impressed to low-key concerned with how smart pigeons are. There's like 5 million of them in NYC. We're cooked if they turn on us. Here's a couple other pigeon facts I picked up. That thing they'll do where they'll fly around in a circle as a synchronized group, that has a name, and it's called murmuration. The best theory for why they do this is as a predator response, because their honest-to-God best defense is just making it harder to be singled out. That weird, crusty-looking bump on their beaks is called the operculum, and it's really only there to cover the nostrils.
Really?
And like a middle-aged hairline, it slowly starts to disappear as they get older. Pigeons are also monogamous and one of the minority of birds that take till death seriously. That's probably why you've never seen a baby pigeon. Parents supervise them virtually 24/7 until they look like the urbanite we're used to.
Really?
Pigeons are as loyal as birds get. So it's no surprise they've had success in the military. This is Cher Ami, one of the many homing pigeons used by the US during World War I. And in 1918, over 500 men got pinned behind enemy lines with no food, water, or ammunition. Their only option was releasing carrier pigeons begging for support, but the surrounding Germans peeped game and started lighting up any pigeon that tried.
Oh,
and
no.
that included Sheikh Ami, who got shot out of the air, but like a goddamn phoenix managed to get back up. Against every force of nature, the plucky pigeon made it back to base, traveling a smooth 25 miles in 25 minutes to deliver the message that would end up saving the remaining 194
what a goat!
men.
What a legend!
And he did it half blind with a bullet wound and a leg hanging on by a literal thread.
Oh my god!
The bird whose name means my dear friend past tense later the next year, but would be forever immortalized in the Smithsonian as the MVP of the 77th Infantry. G.I. Joe was a homie pigeon who came in clutch when he delivered a message calling off an airstrike of a village that the British had already regained control of from the Germans. If G.I. Joe didn't basically score at the buzzer, at least 1,000 soldiers would have been turned into ashes. And then there was William of Orange, who traveled 250 miles in just over 4 hours to request air support after the radio sets had failed. Turned out he was the air support, and William's carry job saved about 2,000 men. He would
Wait, what were you talking about before with the default thing that reactors say? That's wild. That's so cool though. That's actively so damn neat. We need to make Yura watch this. We need to. She loves pigeons to begin with, but this is so cool. I love this.
be one of the 32 pigeons to earn the Dickin Award, which was basically like a finals MVP but for animals. Somehow pigeons went from war heroes to people actively trying to wipe them out. We really stayed doing our troops wrong. But I think it's safe to say, I was wrong. I was not familiar with their game. You won't catch me moving like this guy, but I'll definitely respect them. Just from a reasonable distance. And that's the most character development you're gonna get. Drink water, hug your loved, tell a pigeon you appreciate them, and I'ma see y'all in the next one.
Wait. I love it. I love it so much. Oh my god. Every video I watch from him just makes me smile. Damn, that was good. I loved it. I loved it. All right, let me put this away. Let's get ready for the next video. Not gonna lie, I giggled at Dickin Award. Yeah, me too, me too, me too. That was pretty fun. That was pretty fun. You guys are goobers. Also, you guys, I just realized, like, you guys, Strider literally finished it off. You guys literally got me 4 of the 5 books of Omen now. You guys literally got me 4 of the 5 books of Omen. There's only 1 that I haven't gotten down. Why are you guys like this? Why are you guys like this? Oh my goodness. Actually, goobers. Oh my god, the last book is also hot. Dude, why are they so pricey? Oh my god. Alright, this one's gonna take a while, so I'll put this one up. The tomes are nearly assembled. I love your content. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You guys are amazing. Stop spending money on me, says chat. I mean, yeah. Look, the only thing that's been keeping my throne from being wiped out is a tungsten cube, so, like, at least now I can start adding things again, and without it being, like, wiped out of oblivion. Because the more time I have, the more chances I have to fill this thing up. LOL. Lamau, even. Okay, let me get rid of this one. Do you guys want to watch, do you want to break it up and let's do a Where Are They Now video? We'll do a Where Are They Now for the Fire Department Chronicles. These were picked by...
Welcome back to Numero Ocho. Welcome...
Okay, hang on. Let me fix this. Oh my god. Okay, so, I'll explain in a second. Welcome back. Okay, so this is the first one of these we're gonna watch. We've watched a bunch of his shorts. This is number 8 though of the Where Are We Now series, primarily because my moderator tried to find the ones where he covered the shorts we've watched on a stream together. So I think this will be a good one. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna be checking out this. Remember to cut the song at the end. Oh, it's this one. Where how far into it? Basically, is it just on the black screen? Is it just on the black screen? You have to tell me like at what second it starts, because I have to be careful. I don't want to get flagged. Okay. Okay, so all right, so anyway, yeah, at the end, well, I have to catch it before it happens. At the end of the video, okay, well, I guess I'll try my best to be ready for it. But yeah, so to explain again, this is the first time we're going to be checking out the Where Are They Now series. It's number 8 because Penn went out of his way to find out which episodes had the videos we've already seen. So I'm looking forward to actually finding out where they are now. I'm sure that it's going to be fine, right? Like, I'm sure that they're all good people and they're all happy and healthy, right? 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 I just turned on my music instead of the video. I feel so proud of myself.
Welcome back to numero ocho of the Where Are They Now saga, and today we're going to talk about everything from mushrooms to getting my boots filled up with human doo-doo.
He should be a VTuber. He puppets like a VTuber. Like, he emotes like we have to. Like, welcome in, gamers. We're going to be talking about XYZ LMNOP. I'm going to tell you about how someone took a dump in my shoe. I love him, though. I know it's a wild jump to be talking about poop in a shoe and being like, yeah, I love this guy. I love this guy. He's... I don't want to say he's a psycho, because he's not. He literally does the work that, you know, deserves more love and support than anything else. But, like, he is so animated. It is incredible. Yeah, he puppets the skin suit.
So you were running to the bathroom while taking your pants off, then tripped and fell. Yeah, I really don't like to wear anything below the waist whenever I'm on the throne. Imagine this. You're helping a nice elderly man to the bathroom.
I don't know if I saw this one, but the idea of being like, yeah, you know, I'm going to take my pants off before I get to the toilet. That's something.
Bathroom, and suddenly he begins to fall. So you take your leg and shove it in between his legs to brace him, and he says thank you by blasting a rectal fruit shake right down your pants and into your boots. Well,
what?
I don't have to imagine that because it happened to me and I'm still not okay with it.
So he tried to brace them from falling and they pooped up his leg? Huh.
This lovely guy was your standard run-of-the-mill senior citizen that needed a little bit of assistance to the bunghole drainer 3000 to open up some extra room in his internal prune basin. But as I attempted to guide him, gravity had other plans and attempted to shove him to the ground to test his osteoporosis-filled bones. But I said, nay, not today. And then immediately found out what Jerry the geriatric ate for his last 3 meals as he filled my boots with cream of diarrhea.
How? I'm trying to visualize. Again, it's a terrible thing to visualize. I'm trying to visualize how the hell this got angled. How do you brace someone from falling and then they poop in your shoes? How does that happen? Like, I'm at a loss. How does someone poop in your shoes? How does this happen? I'm racking my head right now. Like, I could see if you, like, stuck your knee between his legs, but then he'd poop on your knee. How does he poop into your shoes? He slid the leg between the guy's legs to... Right, I get that. Oh, okay, wait. All right, I'm assuming the guy's falling backwards. He puts his leg in between to brace it and then grabs the guy's arms with his arms. And then his butt would be positioned above his shoe to then poop in his shoe. That's all I can think of. That's all I can perceive. Very wet. I get that it's very wet poop, but I'm just trying to understand how he managed to angle it. Oh, yeah.
But despite having my lower half repainted with human poo, I still got Mr. Smith to the throne. Then sloshed my way to a decon shower and never looked at corn the same way again.
Oh. Oh, well, I guess he did know what he ate. Oh. Huh. That's something. I feel like I would have more to say. I really felt like I would have more to say. But I don't. I don't, other than the fact that I'm just sitting here in shambies trying to understand as he sits there with that smug little, you know, like it's good thing I already went to lunch. It's something. It's really something. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, what happened here?
We had a little grease fire. So I grabbed
remember
a cup of
this
water
one.
and threw it on it, which I told him not to do.
And then we had a big grease fire.
Yeah.
I really want everybody watching this video to listen to what I'm about to say because it might
God.
save your life, a trip to the hospital, or at a minimum, a boatload of money rebuilding the crispy remains of the place that you once called home.
I'm going to assume he's going to tell you guys to not put water on a grease fire. Take your bets. Take your bets on what he's going to tell you. Oh my God.
If you put water on a grease fire, it's gonna explode!
Yeah.
Why does this happen, you ask? Well, grease catches fire between 375 and 500 degrees in freedom units, which is well above the 212 degrees it takes to boil water. So,
Right.
when you douse your burgers flambe with H2O, it instantly boils, explodes, and carries flaming pieces of third-degree burning, life-altering grease along with it.
Can we just appreciate how red he gets?
Flame-
Like, he gets very red. He gets very red.
Flaming pieces of third-degree burning, life-altering grease along with it. So if you do happen to run into this situation, just remember the only way to safely extinguish a grease fire is by smothering it with the lid, a fire blanket, a Class B or Class K extinguisher. Because if you use sugar, water, or flour, you're probably gonna die.
Don't you just love how simple of an explanation it is? It's like, if you do this, your day's going to be ruined. And your life will be over. But your day will be ruined.
Or, at a minimum, just regret not ordering takeout.
Yeah.
Hello? I can see everything, man. Oh. Holy pupils, Batman. I'm Batman.
Here's the deal. If somebody's mental state is altered and somebody else calls 911, we are legally required to transport them to a level of equal or higher care.
Right.
I know, listen, I don't agree with it sometimes either. I mean, especially in this guy's case, where he was just trying to enjoy some of the mind-bending, reality-altering effects from the mushrooms that he shoved down his throat earlier.
I got to tell you, though, I did not know that. I didn't know that they were required to. I kind of just assumed it was case by case, but apparently they're required by law to take them, which is kind of interesting to think about.
I can't feel my face.
And what made me feel even worse was this guy was the most chill dude I'd ever met, man. And if it was up to me, I would have left him at home to let him enjoy his interdimensional fungi adventure.
Do we have a deal?
But it's not. And the last thing any of us need would be for this guy to venture out into the road, see a yellow punch buggy, think it's a giant Twinkie, try to take a bite out of it, and then end up becoming one with the road and the mycelium that he was enjoying so much. So
I don't have anything. I don't have anything.
Instead, we took a ride down to the hospital in the Band-Aid bus, where he tried to convince me that all the payphones were disappearing, so it'd be harder for us to get out of the Matrix.
Oh, he was gone. He was deep in the shrooms. Oh my God. All right, I think this was the spot where my mod said that I need to stop because of the music. Let me quickly switch over the screen to the second video. We'll watch one more of these. This is cool. I like this. I like learning about where they are. Okay, so let me do this. Let me grab this. Okay. And grab this. Switch this. Do this. Ba, 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 ba. Going as seamlessly as I can. Okay, and we're back. And here you go, the next part.
Creepy people in dark rooms, torn testes, and metal-tasting mayhem.
Oh, we're getting into serious ones this time. Oh. Oh. Oh, we're escalating. We're escalating aggressively. Oh my god.
Are the wonderful follow-up stories that fill today's Where Are They Now episode.
Yeah, they're broken.
But don't worry about that. Just come in here so I can show you exactly.
Oh, this one. Okay, I didn't understand this one when we watched it. I just wanted to know what was going on in the first place.
You need to see.
I think this might be the most requested Where Are They Now follow-ups that I've ever had, and rightfully so, because I can honestly say this is the most scared I've ever felt on
Really?
the call. And without further ado, here's what happened. So after gathering a couple more people, I was slowly making my way up to the room when, you know what? It'll just be easier to show you. Sir,
Oh god, he actually filmed
where
it?
are you?
There you are.
Oh, this one. Oh, this one. Oh, I don't know why. For some reason, I feel like the intro one with the dark room was actually a different video than this. Yeah, this is the guy with the poop. I don't know why I thought this was a different video. I vaguely remembered him having a video where he was just literally freaked out by a dark room, and then it just ended.
You made it. Yeah, are you, ready to go down to the hospital? Uh-huh. But first, can you guess what I have?
Is it poop?
It's boo-boo.
Oh my god.
You
It's
want
boo-boo.
1 second, sir. Get the Versed right now.
Okay.
Wait, have you ever been covered in poop before?
No.
No? Okay, well, you're about to be. And after all that, a very stinky tussle and a much-needed night-night medication injection, that guy was the happiest caca chalupa that I'd ever dropped off at the hospital.
All I can take from this is that he just referred to somebody as a caca chalupa. How do you think of that term? How? Why? Why?
When my berries slipped through the crack in the chair, which hurt.
Oh, this one.
So I tried to jump up, but my boys tried to stay behind.
Behind?
Permanently. Panic, fear, and a genuine deep-seated feeling of regret would be the best way to describe this patient's demeanor after almost experiencing a full separation of his twin boulders from the rest of his body.
How do you guys feel about that? That sounds pretty bad. That sounds pretty bad. You can relate to your little friends being ripped away? Because that sounds pretty grim. This poor guy.
Oh my god, I almost died!
And I gotta say, as a fellow family jewel-toting male, the second this guy started describing his genital pouch stretching brush with permanent castration, I wanted to close my eyes and Happy Gilmore myself out of there to my happy place. I'm flying on a giant seagull in the sky.
If it's just getting tugged from the chair, it can't be that bad, right? Like this has to be a story of exaggeration. It has to be.
But unfortunately, part of the gig as a paramedic is listening to things that you hope will melt away from your memory, like this guy's dreams of ever procreating. However, I'm happy to report that besides swelling to the size of a small grapefruit, this guy's gargantuan gonads are still attached to his body.
That just makes me think of like the South Park meme where they're like bouncing on the microwave balls. That's what that makes me think of, with it being the size of a grapefruit. That's pretty large. That's something. That's something.
And ready for another round of How Strong Are Your Testing? Do you guys taste pennies fumigating?
This
dude,
one.
I set up like 80 cans in there.
Look, firefighting is inherently dangerous. It's something we know when we sign up for the job. Whether it's dodging cars on the interstate that seem to be dead set on making us their new bloody hood ornament, Daily cancer exposures when fighting fire or just putting on our gear. That's a reference to recent discoveries that our firefighting bunker gear contains something called forever chemicals.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You're telling me that firefighter gear can give them cancer too? Like, I know that what is it called? The forever chemicals aren't inherently cancerous, but like the ones that just literally never leave your body. What were they called? I know that pesticides have them. Oh, and some other stuff too. Oh my god, these poor guys. They don't get paid enough and they get screwed over even more.
That might possibly be slowly killing us every time we put it on. Or a million other ways to die. But we all know the thing that's ultimately gonna take us out is gonna be something stupid.
Yeah,
like
probably.
face planting in the shower, or, I don't know, standing outside of a house unknowingly inhaling the flaming remnants of an overly zealous insect genocide project? Now, I'm not sure, but as far as I know, no one's developed a third eye or the big C from our rendezvous with the cockroach melter 5000. But what I do know is we knocked that fire down and saved that pile of sticks. And then 1 year later, we went back there for an EMS
Oh, please tell me he didn't do it again. Please tell me this guy didn't do it again.
call, and guess what? It still had roaches!
Huh. Huh. You know, this series kind of hurts my soul. This series kind of hurts my soul. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of traumatizing. Somehow these hurt me more than the actual shorts. These hurt me more than my shorts that we watch. Oh my god. Okay, all right, that was fun. All right, that was fun. Let's take a break on those for now. I think 2 of them is enough for that segment. Huh. Huh. My heart and soul. My goodness. My goodness. Huh. Also burned his house down and still had roaches, ruining your faith in humanity one short at a time. He should play Angron if the opportunity came. You calling him an empath? Is that what you're doing? You calling him an empath? I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Oh my goodness. Angry, bald empath? He's Angron! Yeah! Alright. Let's watch the terrifying truth behind the aliens of the ocean. Doesn't that sound cool? Doesn't that sound cool? Time for something nice and fun, like the ocean, right?
You know, Satan was...
Hey! Hey, we don't start off with this. Wait. Wait, Casual. Wait. Wait. Alright, music is off. Next up, we are going to be watching the terrifying truth behind the aliens in the ocean. Look at this cute little thing. Look at it. It's just a little terror. I did the same thing again. I turned on my music. I keep on doing that. Bad habits.
You know, Satan was onto something. Just not sobriety. When he let his sketchbook get uploaded into the ocean. From a breaststroking body...
Oh. Oh, it's going to be one of these videos. Oh, I don't like the feathered starfish. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. If I saw that while on a dive, ugh. Like, look, I've seen plenty of starfish in my time while diving. If I saw something like, I love how we're just starting off. We're like 2 seconds in and I'm already having a moment. That would freak me out more than almost anything I've seen. And I've seen a lot of really cursed stuff while I've been underwater. No.
Snatcher to a semi-sentient sarlacc pit. The greatest trick the government ever pulled was stacking billions on billions of dollars expanding into space before reconciling with the ET-ish already in our face.
Yeah,
the
I hate the
Sea
way
Star
they
and his freak show of a family is a gross-out body horror film unfolding at the expense of all who perceive it. The starfish family of echinoderm has 5 classes, with about 7,600 species across those classes, each as viscerally disturbing and beautifully unnerving.
Yeah, that unnerves me.
But
That
starfish are
unnerves
so
me a
freaked
lot.
out for Earth, their scientific name is Astroidia, and for report comes out that aliens have been stowed away
Oh, I've seen this one before. This one is creepy. This one is like a creepy hand.
in the seas this entire time, the number one suspect would be Lucifer's loofah. The first red flag is starfish ignored the concept of blood. Instead, they got an open seawater circulation system that actually makes a lot of sense when you realize how they move. It starts with the madreporite, a plate that's like the front door of its system that's almost intentionally off-center to remind you that symmetry is an earthly concept. Water moves in through the madreporite through canals until they eventually reach the tube feet, which is how this Lovecraftian fidget spinner goes mobile. Because when the valve closes and the eye drop coated ampulla contract, it shoots water into the tube feet and
You know, I keep on saying this about the creators that we watch. They're really good at coming up with names. You know, like they're really good at coming up with these like really obscure like references that flow very well in the videos. And it's like, damn, they should be writers. And I understand they're writing their own scripts, but still, damn.
forces them to extend, and when the extended tube foot hits a hard surface, the center retracts, forming a seal that only breaks when it's time to move on and stick to something else. Thousands of tube feet doing this dance is how a sea star can move faster than a facehugger ever should. Maybe that wouldn't be as disturbing if sea stars couldn't also see. Starfish have eyes, it's just that if he were real, he'd be standing on them. We've known that starfish have eyes at the end of their arms for 200 years. The question is, what is sight to an animal without a brain? Likely something beyond our comprehension. Kinda like the time someone told me blind people don't just see black, they just see nothing. I went nonverbal for 5 minutes fumbling with the concept. It's believed that sea stars don't see the world like you and me. Instead, they see the world in lights, darks, and shadows. One experiment tested this by going to a reef in Japan and pretty much circumcising their eyes with scissors. After that, they took the eyeless sea stars and those that didn't get theirs lobbed off and placed them away from their reef home base. The result was the uncut starfish immediately booked it to the reef, while the eyeless ones were left Stevie wondering about the next move.
That's a really effed up study. That's a really effed up study. It's like, oh yeah, we slashed their eyes to see what would happen. That's a really messed up study.
It was also found that even starfish living where sunlight isn't a concept can see, and out of the 13 species pulled out of the deep sea, all but one of them had eyes, including Novadinia americana, which has giant pupils and arguably the best vision of this predatory polygon. And like Mardi Gras, they would flash whenever excited, except instead of flash, they'd flash light. In fact, some deep sea stars are bioluminescent, and many believe that this brainless mess of impulses can communicate through that light. Now let's talk about that lack of a brain, because that honestly makes everything Satan Squishmallow does creepier. Instead of a brain, the sea star has a tangled ring of neurons that link signals coming from the arms. But the thing with starfish being brainless is, there is no grand central station for signals. Everything's localized.
That's so weird.
Signals can start from anywhere. Once one arm decides to move, in that moment it becomes the dominant arm, with all the other ones following its lead.
That's so
Speaking of
weird.
arms, they don't always stop at 5.
It's such a weird concept. Like the fact that any part of its body can decide to start doing something, and because of that, everything else is going to just go with it. That's so weird.
The Antarctic sunfish can have up to 50. It's a democratic hive mind.
I hate that one. That's the one I hate.
Sea stars are like aliens that have been hiding in our faces for 500 million years, and the only thing we have in common is as deuterostomes, both starfish and people start life the same way they live most of it. As an asshole. And there's no time a starfish identifies more than when it eats. Because the way they feed was straight up ripped out of a scene from Meat Canyon. The best way to describe how horrific nature made this bottom feeder is to describe what it's like to be hunted by one. Imagine minding your business when an almost animatronic manifestation of greed pulls up on you and slaps an arm on your face, before then using hundreds of suction cup tube feet to pull your jaws apart and force your mouth open. And not only are starfish way stronger than they should be, your jaw would get tired before he does, and the moment your muscles give and allow half a millimeter of an opening, the starfish would then casually eject its stomach out of its mouth and shove it down your throat, just to release enzymes to cook you alive and basically digest you from the inside. You'd probably scream if you didn't already get your lower jaw dissolved. The last thing you'd see is the external stomach blanketing you in a
That is the worst visualization I think I've ever experienced. That...
explosive embrace before dragging you back to its gaping maw with the now half-digested concept of you. The sea star is the apex predator of a Stephen King wet dream that'll eat mollusks like mussels and clams. And like I said, that involves using brute force to divorce the two halves of the shell until the muscles give out.
Why is this not like the source of horror games? This makes Cthulhu look like nothing. Like this is more messed up than 40k. Like I hate it so much. Oh my god. Yeah, no. Starfish are now on my creatures. They're with the coconut crabs on creatures I could stay away from now.
It might just make it the worst persistence hunter, cause imagine playing tug-of-war with an animal with no working concept of tired, and where giving up just 1/10 of a millimeter can get your insides turned into soup. And we're talking about a predator that'll spend not just hours, but days pulling a clam apart. They'll also eat sponges like they're coral cotton candy, and I don't think the implication even needs to be explained. In fact, Patrick would have murked SpongeBob, his family, the kid they raised. I don't know if Buddy got a name, but he would have got packed up too. Their only chance would be Gary using family ties to try and put a hit on him, with the giant Pacific Triton being one of the few animals able to prey on the crown of thorns starfish. But starfish will prey on anything that ain't nailed down, and as part-time scavengers, they'll also remove the dead like a garbage disposing Jabba the Hutt. A mother octopus's prize for loving her kids almost to death is a starfish dragging her off to a certain one. Starfish are also common predators to other starfish, as this one is now finding out at the arms of a sun star. They're different species, so technically not cannibalism. Some owls eat other owls, and some cats cook other cats. So a sea star dissolving another star isn't cannibalism, unless they're the same species. Which they also do, by the way. Two researchers wanted to find out just what would happen if a bunch of baby
I don't even have a lot to say other than just sitting here in horror.
They never would, because the sea stars started eating each other before the crab even got involved. Imagine the Joker pulling up to find the hospital already got leveled by a receptionist. There's a good chance this friendly fire is how a starfish can even the odds when they're just one of millions of eggs that get spawned. Because an animal with no conscience is physically incapable of finding a to give, which is why the Australian government had to go to war against them. It'll never not be Australia. The crown of thorns starfish is an unhinged pincushion that has been eating the literal life out of reefs.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
The Great Barrier Reef is one of the most biodiverse spots on the planet, and in the last 30 years, 42% of its coral has disappeared because of the Devil's Tiara. The response was over 250,000 thorn demons were perp walked off the census, with them getting one shot of vinegar. Apparently, vinegar has a 100% kill rate against a starfish, and just one injection causes them to fall apart. It means one shot of vinegar can do what used to take multiple injections, and can speedrun their downfall.
Wow.
With trained divers erasing as many as.
All right, now you guys know. Whenever you're in the water, carry a little injector with vinegar. So when the sea stars come to kill you, you inject them first.
1,000 living thorns in just one 40-minute dive, which you could be fooled into feeling bad for if the crown of thorns wasn't also a threat to people. Starfish contain saponins, a detergent-y type of chemical that foams if you shake it in a bucket.
Yeah, no. I not to be mean here. I feel zero sympathy for them right now. They're freaking me the hell out.
If a starfish's spines enter your body, a mess of saponin does too, and can cause not only extreme pain, bleeding, and swelling, they can destroy blood cells and cause crippling liver damage. The chances you get subtracted by a sea star are low, but mama would have raised a liar if I said 0. In 2014, a woman was struck by a crown of thorns and died 13 hours later of anaphylactic shock. A death where her throat closed in and suffocated her, her liver looked like 6 rounds of alcoholism, and a hemorrhage led to blood leaking into her lung air sacs.
Oh my
God! The crown of
god!
thorns is like an ocean lanternfly. Their potential is worthy of the same treatment. Well, maybe not, because we've microdosed the world without starfish. It's not good. One of the all-time creepiest diseases has been massacring the starfish population so bad that even other animals are catching strays. Sea star wasting disease starts with a starfish seemingly starving itself and managing to seem even more lethargic than usual.
Okay.
That's when the white lesions start forming all over the starfish, followed by the tissues melting around the lesion. At this point, the star's water vascular system fails as the victim deflates. The starfish becomes immobilized as its vessel deteriorates and arms fall off, except this time, there is no growing back. The end game is a starfish now reduced to a pile of white mushy goo.
What the hell?
Disease affects over 20 species of sea star, with a body count in the billions. The first recorded plague was on the East Coast in
Tetra, were you the diver? Yeah, I'm a diver. Yeah. I've been a diver for a long time. I haven't gone in a couple years, but I've done well over 100 dives.
1972, then again in 1978. In 2013, the blight abolished over 5 billion, and in some parts of British Columbia, you couldn't even see the seabed because it was too littered with formerly star-shaped corpses. The disease has ravaged sea stars from Baja California all the way to the Gulf of Alaska, and some like the sunflower sea star have had their numbers cut down by 90%. And with all these sea
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, those things don't look like sunflowers, they look like evil.
stars missing, the sea urchins they normally eat run wild and absolutely decimate the kelp forest many need to live. For a while, folks suspected this kill switch was flipped by a virus, but after 4 years of research, the truth was revealed. Turns out, it's actually a bacteria, Vibrio pectinacida, that's causing starfish to spontaneously dissolve.
Really?
Call them zombies, but zombie starfish was already a concept straight out of the pages of Satan's favorite author. Because he made that one too. And they're not even the zombies that give you the respect of moving at quarter speed. Because brittle stars are the fastest echinoderms. If you have arachnophobia, I'm about to lose your business. Brittle stars move like sea spider imitations that, again, aren't that fast, but are entirely too fast.
Yeah,
for an animal
they're
looking like that.
fast
Their
enough.
swimming's a lot prettier though, even if it
Oh, I
is
hate
silly
that.
fish
Oh,
and
that's
dolphins
so
and monkeys.
skeevy,
To be
dude.
fair,
Imagine,
dreams
okay.
are-
Imagine you're just in the water and you see that coming towards you. You're gonna straight up think that a facehugger's coming for you. Oh, I hate that.
The only place I can swim, but I'm working on it. Like the sea star, they're a mess of tangled nerve cords spilling into the arms. But unlike the sea star, brittle stars don't have eyes. Instead, the CSTD sees with its skin. Extraocular vision means brittle bandits use proteins in the skin called opsins to sense light. Pretty much the light hits the proteins, which sends a response to the brittle star to make it move out of the light. Meaning its entire body is technically an eye, which is why it's a star that also fears the sun, since brittle stars spend most of the day hiding under rocks and crevices, so any light sends them scrambling out of the spotlight like roaches.
Really?
Some aquariums even train brittle stars to associate the lights dimming with food, and so they would all just crawl out of the woodwork whenever someone would lower the lights.
That's so
not bad for
creepy.
an animal that's brainless
cool,
and
but
has to
creepy.
poop out of its mouth. A mouth that has 5 jaws, by the way. Which is the last thing you'd see if you got murked by one, because any prey caught in those spines would get crushed to death before being digested. Even
Oh.
something like a squid can get got if it dicks around in the hit range of a bunch of brittles. And
Really?
considering what we know about squid, I don't think you could dream up a worse way to become a wuzz. Brittle stars also catch bodies passively through suspension hunting, but the most cursed version of an already cursed animal is a suborder of brittle stars called Eurylina, aka
Okay.
basket stars.
I've seen
I
the
don't even
basket
know
star.
what nature thought it was doing with this fractal fuckery. Basket stars only have 5 arms. It's just that they proceed to branch off into straight nonsense. Arms lined with hooks and spines, and when they catch something alive, it'll wrap its arms together.
Okay, imagine the meanest thing you could ever do to somebody. You put one of these on someone's face while they're sleeping. Imagine how terrifying that would be. I could not think of a scarier thing to wake up to. Like, I think I'd be less afraid of a tarantula on my face than this. I know, crazy concept. It's something that would scare me more than a spider. But like, this thing is pure terror.
Form a basket around its prey. After which, the semi-sentient spiderweb uses tube feet to work the creature entombed in mucus and spines towards its sarlacc pit of a mouth. It's basically getting eaten alive by a bush. A bush that can move, mind you. The giant basket star will hide in crevices during the day, only to
You know, the more we hear about this, the worse this is getting.
climb on top of coral to hunt at night. Also, they get pretty big. Gorgoncephalus is named after Medusa's headshot, and they can have arms as long as 2.5 feet. Just a nightmare.
Why do you think of this? Because I'm a content creator on the internet who's been around for a couple years, so everything that I understand and sense of being is completely screwed up. Does that give you an honest answer? I'm on the internet too much. That's why I think of these things.
Of an animal related to a starfish, but as cursed as a cancerous group can be, the feather star is equally as a
This is the thing I
This
no,
biblically
nah,
accurate angel
nah.
is a crinoid. There's 2 classes of crinoids, the marine tickle monster right here, and the sea lily. The difference is, feather stars seem to have unlocked free will, while sea lilies settle down and plant themselves in one spot
Nope.
via a stalk. But let it be known,
Nope.
sea lilies can always drag themselves away when they're motivated enough, and if you're enough to make a sea lily want to walk away, consider that an insult of the highest order. It really is a living fossil, with crinoids being around for about 500 million years, so basically the granddaddy of all the nonsense in the ocean.
No.
So it makes sense that they also have some of the wildest plot armor too. Crinoids survived several extinctions, including the infamous Permian Triassic, which realistically should have been the end of them. It also turns out the same ocean warming that destroys coral has 0 effect on a feather star. In fact, science says they actually regenerate faster when the heat gets raised. This
is
forgotten feather
crazy.
duster was around before us, and best believe they'll be here long after. And yeah, their arms can regenerate, and some can have up to 150 on standby, which they need because the feather star also has a lot of groupies, but in this case the star's the one getting screwed. There are animals whose entire personality is mooching off a feather star.
Really?
They even evolved to have the exact same color. Once one of these ride-alongs find their feather, they feed on it, either by chewing on its infinite food glitch in the form of arms, or by feeding on its feces. It's a muse, fresh out the pages of Dr. Seuss, with relationships almost as toxic as his marriage. If you know, you know. One fish, two fish, dead fish, new fish. Except we're not talking about fish, and I will not be elaborating further. But the feather star doesn't have it nearly as bad as a sea cucumber. Hint, they look like what they eat. It's a bottom feeder in every sense of the word. A detrivore living off the dead
with
and
the
decaying.
butt teeth.
They use tentacles to shovel sediment into their system, where they digest anything organic and eject the rest. Which means the sand is actually cleaner coming out than going in, and by recycling all the organic nastiness no one else will, sea cucumbers help prevent the same algae blooms that can suffocate fish. Not to mention their bowel bricks help seagrass grow and even contains calcium carbonate, which not only
you gotta
builds
love the
skeleton
bowel
of
bricks.
coral, it even helps reverse ocean acidification. Mind you, a group of sea cucumbers is called a pickle, and a week's worth of pickles can produce up to 70,000 tons of poop a year.
Wait. A group of... I still can't. 70 tons of poop is one thing, but no, the group of sea cucumbers being called a pickle it just makes me smile.
And it's estimated the combined cucumbers on Heron Island release 5 Eiffel Towers worth of product. And yet, with all they give back to the community, some decide that's not enough, with some like the pearlfish using the cucumber as a personal panic room, by forcing their way through the squishy's poop chute, the same brown eye they breathe through, and it's not just one squatter they have to deal with. One cucumber can have 15 pearlfish packing its product.
Oh my god!
What do you do about it? What they do have are teeth. Yeah, that's not its mouth. The other form of self-defense involves violently ejecting the bowels out of the cloaca and respawning the organs they sacrifice in a spectacle called visceral regeneration. But they can be tricky. Some cucumbers butt confetti themselves if you pick them up too fast. Oh, also, sea cucumbers aren't terminally grounded. Some can fill themselves up with water and fly through the water column, covering almost 60 miles in a day. The headless chicken evolved water wings to take flying literally. Probably the closest to cute a sea cucumber's capable of. Or at least it would be if I didn't also just remember sea pigs are a thing. But none of that changes the fact that sea cucumbers get violated so regularly that nature had to spike stripe their sinkhole down south, which the sea urchin somehow decided it wanted for its mouth. The sea urchin's teeth are self-sharpening, and they use it to scrape algae from rocks. Without it, that algae would smother coral and kill it, along with anything that depends on it. Which is surprising, because most would swear sea urchins only exist to with the natural order. Imagine being so universally hated, you give clout to other animals just by them murking you. Whether you have the pretty privilege of an otter or the personality of a wolffish, you can make an honest name for yourself off clapping urchins for a living. It seems no one likes a sea urchin, but what if I showed you what's beneath the spines? Does this do something for you? That is a sea urchin skeleton, also referred to as a test, and let it be known the test has failed, I still feel nothing.
I mean, it's a sand dollar.
I do feel pity, because many suffer from
or something
underwater
similar to
alopecia, where a parasite can cause their spines to fall out, and as someone who's a few follicles away from a first-class flight to Turkey, that's tough. But sea urchins don't get smacked by life and just take it. They have one of the most unhinged forms of self-defense. They'll eject their jaws and launch them like a projectile.
What?
Pedicelaria are tiny, wrench-like pinchers that scientists thought were parasites because they can fully move on their own.
What?
Instead, some urchins release a cloud of these mobile jaws that can home in on a predator and release venom if they penetrate past the skin. This spike ball releases hundreds of tiny, self-functioning jaws laden with toxins, which is a lot better than being a cucumber blowing your own back out. Echinoderms are aliens that missed their return flight and have been figuring out life ever since, and without them, the ocean would be a nastier, poopier, more acidic, lower pH place. So the real horror movie would be the world without them. And on that note, that's going to do it for this video. Drink water, hug your mother, don't touch starfish, they can't consent. Tell your father you love him, and I'ma see y'all in the next one.
I love that he just includes a little bit of saying, yeah, sea urchins can send out like poisonous spikes or venomous spikes that are so that I don't even have words. Scientists thought they were a parasite because they moved on their own. That's terrifying. Huh. Yeah, the more you learn. Yay. Great. Yeah, that's cool. You've had it before in sushi? Uni is okay. It's not my favorite. It's not the best or the worst. I've had it here. It was really mid. I've had it in Japan. It's okay. Like, the uni in Japan, like, when you get it, like, as fresh as can be, it's okay. It's just very creamy. I'm still not the biggest fan of it. Yeah, homing neurotoxin venomous spikes that move on their own. Just a reminder that sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. Yeah. I'm starting to hate the ocean more and more. I love the ocean, but yeah, that... that is not a fun time. That is not a fun time at all. That is not a fun time at all. Damn. This is why I only kayak on lakes, yeah. Sea urchins have funnels. I didn't know they were new types. The US government spending millions of dollars on finding the aliens when the real ET is happening in the ocean, yeah. I'm starting to get why we stopped exploring the ocean. I mean, I don't think that the sea stars are creepy, I won't lie. But I don't think they compete with some of the other terrors in the ocean. Because there are some scary little MFs down there. There are some scary MFs down there. Oh my goodness. There's a sushi place near me. I live a couple miles from the beach, and their scallop sushi so buttery and tasty. That's good. That's good. It definitely made me hate the ocean a little bit more. I love that for you. I love that for you. Oh my goodness. You can't make this shit up. Like, some of this stuff is ridiculous, but I love it. Okay. Oh, some of the debut gifts arrived. I have to go get them. I'll get them after the video. But my Drakari Scourge just got here. Yay. Okay, let me just do this. So I'm just checking some stuff real quick. Oh, that's also really exciting. Something I got from Death Stranding is here. Also very, very exciting. My sushi here is incredibly mid. That happens though. Like that does happen. Let me just check this. Okay. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. The resignation from a mailman's also here. My mailman's, I swear my mailman's gonna hate me. I need to treat him well. I need to treat him well. I'm gonna go to the bank and just take out money and just try to catch him and be like, please, take the money, please. Put out snacks for him. I'm gonna give him $100. I'm gonna give him $100. I want to give him a bottle of wine too, but I don't know if he's allowed to. I don't know if he's allowed to take a bottle of wine. But no, he's incredible. He's an incredible dude. The funny part is, like, my mailman is a new mailman because the old one left, and I'm like, man, I really hope it's not my fault the other guy quit. I really hope it's not my fault. I really hope it's not my fault. He's like, oh, hell no, that's the lady with the solid metal cube. Hey, that didn't get delivered yet. That didn't get ordered. We're fine. That's fine. All right, let's get one more video in. We're gonna, if I do one more video, we'll still end a little bit early so I can get some errands done, which is great, and I really want to get some errands done, so I'm all for that. But yeah, let's end on a happy one. Let's watch a wholesome one. Okay. Okay. All right. For the last video of the day, we're going to watch How Do Wild Animals Have Fun? Warning, wholesome. Okay, I'll pull up. Wait, won't this video get... Won't that song get copyrighted immediately? Or is the Capybara song not copyrighted? I love the meme, but I feel like it's copyrighted. Time to Google. Is the Capybara song copyrighted? Is the Capybara song copyrighted? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Can you check? Well, let's just jump ahead. Is this video flagged? I can't check it offhand. It's okay. It's okay. Penn's just trying to demonetize me.
Good morning.
Ma'am?
Look at them.
Sorry, ran you away? No, I was trying to see. Everybody has a different playing style.
Look at them. They're such cute little babies. I love them.
Fun. F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for anywhere at any time at all. And I appreciate how that song spells out fire, not fun, and we all just collectively accepted that. But fun isn't just a human construct that man, or a talking sponge, invented. Nah, plenty of animals have ways of having a good time. Take wolves for example. Wolves are social animals, so it makes sense that they'd use play to strengthen bonds in the pack. Wolves in the wild will do things like play tug of war, or try to get others to chase them. And it's not just the pups doing it, the adults get in on it too. They even have a specific way of inviting others to play. A play bow is like the wolf version of a friend request, and it's a signal that they want others to get in on the games. And if you don't believe me, play bow in front of your dog and watch how fast you get his undivided attention.
I mean, that is true.
Because dogs are all about play. It's why stronger dogs will actively hold back and restrain themselves just to keep their playmate engaged in the games going. It's called self-handicapping, and you'll often see it with male puppies letting physically weaker female puppies win. They know what they're doing. They know, and if you've ever had a girlfriend, you do too. I'll tell you what, coyotes sure do. But adult wolves rarely self-handicap because they rarely nerf themselves on purpose. But I'll tell you one thing dogs did get from wolves. Fetch. That's right, we didn't come up with that. In an experiment in Stockholm University in Sweden, researchers hand-raised a litter of puppies, making sure to get them comfortable with their presence, but not playing with them. And at 8 weeks old, they brought in a person the wolf pups had never seen before to administer a series of tests.
You know, I should be really listening about like what he's talking about, but I keep on getting distracted by just how cute all these little, like all these animals are. Like the puppies are so cute. I'm so weak. They're just precious babies.
One of those tests involved tossing a tennis ball, and to the shock of the scientists, some of the wolf pups actually retrieved the ball and returned it to them. Remember, we're talking about wolves here. Wolves that hadn't been trained or motivated to do that. They basically just freestyled the game of fetch. Not all the wolf pups did this, but understanding human cues was thought to be a domestic dog thing, so realistically none of them should have. We didn't teach dogs fetch. It was already programmed into their software. But if we didn't teach them, who did? Well, maybe ravens, because we've already talked about the wolf-raven relationship arc. But ravens have been seen seemingly playing with specific puppies in the pack. They'll play tug of war with sticks. The ravens will do things like tease them to get the wolf pups to chase after them. And sometimes the ravens will even fly over them with sticks to get them to jump. These childhood games are probably how ravens and wolves can form legitimate emotional bonds. And it actually makes a lot of sense that this kind of thing would happen, since wolves are social pack animals and ravens are one of the most playful things with wings while also having the intelligence of a small child.
That's actually really interesting. I didn't know this. I didn't see his other video about the relationship between them. That's really fascinating.
Because you're gonna see, the smarter an animal is, the more playful they usually are. And that's because play typically comes down to two things: manipulating the objects around you and interacting with others. Two things that do require intelligence. Like take bees, probably the most intelligent eusocial insect out there. Well, in an experiment in the Queen Mary University in London, scientists built a setup where bees had a choice: take a path leading directly to food, or explore a path with an obstacle course of tiny wooden balls. And to add to that, one side had wooden balls that were fixed in place, while the others were loose and could be rolled around. Not only did every bee choose the ball path, every single one tried rolling a ball at least once. Some of the bees even went right back after eventually stopping for food. And to make it even more interesting, it was actually the juvenile bees that spent the most time ball rolling. So yeah, that's actually how we found out bees can play.
They actually can understand the concept of fun? I'm more floored by this than the wolf-raven relationship.
The question is, what other insects can? Well, we can probably rule out ants, and here's why. It's not because they're not smart enough to goof off and play games. It's because they probably get murked by the queen before they have enough time to figure it out.
Yeah.
Because an ant colony runs like an efficient engine, and any part not doing their part gets turned into past tense. And queen ants are crazy cutthroat, like to the point where they'll actively sabotage their own colony just to keep themselves higher in power. The trade-off is the ant colony is a militia that's capable of cutting down animals hundreds of times their size. And in a game like the Ants Underground Kingdom, you get to personally watch an ant colony overrun threats like mantises, eviscerate spiders, and even flex on lizards. This is just a game mechanic. There are actual ants out there that'll go out of their way.
Ain't no way he just snuck in. He just snuck in the wildest sponsorship I have ever seen. Wow. Wow. I'll leave that in just because of how clean that was.
Way to meal prep spiders. And lizards in South America had to literally evolve to avoid getting packed up by a swarm of fire ants. True story. And in the Ants Underground Kingdom, you get
Sorry. He even comes back to it. I can't.
To add to your insect infantry by hatching and raising them, including a class of special ants with special abilities.
You know, I have to even wonder if I'm allowed to keep these in and then still monetize my live stream. So I might actually have to skip over it. You know, I've always thought about it, but that was really smooth. Go play his game. Go play his game, but I gotta do this. That was actually really, really funny.
This may be, and it really is, you could argue that keeping wolves close is in their best interest. But then there's this, a raven using a plastic lid as a sled to slide down snowy hills. And then you have this raven sliding down the roof of a public library. Or at least trying to. Aww. And they have nothing to gain from doing this. This is unrewarded play, and basically it means, yeah, they're not doing it for survival or anything, they're just doing it to have a good time. Yeah, I wasn't kidding. For a bird whose group name is an unkindness, ravens and really corvids in general are probably the most playful birds on the planet. Cool. It's why you'll see them actively mess with other animals just for the memes, even if it means instigating a literal catfight for their own entertainment. So next time you're wondering how animals have fun, I want you to remember this snowboarding crow. Or you can think of this self-tobogganing otter. River otters in Yellowstone have been seen getting a running start and snow surfing down icy slopes. Now, first scientists just figured it was their way of getting around. That theory fell apart when they watched the river otters run back up the slope like kids at a water park, only to slide back down. And that goes back to unrewarded play because the otters don't gain anything but a good time. And FOMO for otters is a real thing because you're more likely to see them sliding as a group than just solo. And like ravens, you can almost see how intelligence and playfulness almost goes hand in hand, especially since otters are considered to be the most intelligent of all mustelids, being part of the special class of animals that are able to use tools.
They're so cute,
to the point where river otters will seem to juggle rocks when they get excited. No, like seriously, we had no idea why they were doing this until researchers at a zoo noticed they started juggling rocks more when it got closer to their feeding time. We still don't know exactly what it is about food that makes otters start juggling rocks, but sometimes you need to just take a moment to stop asking why just to enjoy what's in front of you. Like, why do crocodiles like the color pink?
Why did someone paint this crocodile's nails? Wait, why? Why?
Because according to anecdotal observations, crocodilians seem to have a pink preference, favoring tossing around small objects that look like the result of a red-white affair. It's why the prehistoric predator that's been terrorizing the planet for hundreds of millions of years can be seen picking pink flowers with its jaws.
That's so
Crocs
cute,
apparently
though.
have other ways of having fun. They'll take turns going down natural water slides and swim right back up and do it again. They'll give each other piggyback rides just cuz. And there's even a story where animal behavior expert
He wasn't kidding. This is wholesome. I love this.
Vladimir Dene claimed to witness an alligator seemingly play with a group of river otters in Big Cypress in Florida because Florida. You know, I'm not even kidding. He has a whole paper on play behavior in crocodilians, and he talks about watching river otters regularly visit one specific gator and mess with him by getting close to him, nipping at his tail, and even splashing water on his head. Most gators respond to this by just submerging, but this one gator played along by lunging at the otters. I know what you're probably thinking, and to that, I give you this. At one point, one of the otters slipped down the bank and was immediately grabbed by the gator. But instead of making an example out of it, the prehistoric Merc machine just released it perfectly unharmed. It was like a game that both of them were in on. And unlike wolves and ravens, gators and otters have legitimate beef in some parts. But like I said, sometimes you need to forget about the why and just enjoy the what. And what happened was, these games went on for a couple days until the marsh eventually dried up and the alligators and otters both moved on. That's not the only example of crocodilians at play. That just happens to be the best one I got. Another time was when a gator found a football in his swamp, and instead of easily popping it, it seemed to toy with it by grabbing it with his jaws and tossing it around. You know, I could 100%.
I'm just beating a dead horse here by repeating myself, but I love this. It just makes me smile. It's such a cute series of videos.
I use this to make a Florida Gators joke, but at this point I think it would be low-hanging fruit. But crocodiles and alligators being playful goes right in line with the intelligence point I made earlier. Despite having a brain in the weight class of a walnut, crocodilians are much more intelligent than they get credit for. Unlike dolphins, who get all of the credit for it. Now you probably know dolphins like to have fun. The problem is, most of their pastimes would probably get this video age restricted with the quickness. Like for example, when 2 Amazon river dolphins were seen playing with a Benny anaconda. I put playing in quotes because both dolphins were visibly aroused, and the snake ended up flatlining, likely to drowning. And you know, knowing what I know about dolphins, that's probably what got them excited. Because most dolphin fun comes at someone's expense. I can repeat that same sentence without the fun and it'd still be accurate. I give you Exhibit A. But dolphins can have fun in safer work ways too. They'll take turns chasing each other in games that can last hours. They'll find random objects to carry around and even—
Man, I don't really like dolphins. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't really like dolphins. They're kind of dicks.
play catch with. Oh, and a little fun fact for you. One of a dolphin's favorite things to play with includes sargassum seaweed. Researchers actually watched dolphins in the Bahamas play a kind of keep away game with the seaweed. But the best part was the dolphins were used to being around humans, and eventually they invited the researchers to play with them. And no amount of scientific integrity would stop any of us from saying no. Dolphins have also been seen surfing the bow waves produced by ships, sometimes for miles on end. It's not like they just do it to save energy. A group of spinner dolphins actually memorized the path scientists on a boat would take. So every morning the spinner dolphins would show up and ride the bow wave as the scientists traveled to their site. The dolphins would leave for a bit, but then return and do the exact same thing when the scientists started heading back.
I always enjoy that with dolphins though, because I even remember when we would go on the dive boats, right? Like when we would be going to our dive destination, like the dolphins would be swimming along with the boat. I always found that neat.
So yeah, it's really no surprise that the smartest thing in the ocean can be as playful as a child, because honestly, they're probably as smart as one.
Wow!
So smart that many believe that dolphins will purposely seek out pufferfish just to get them elevated. Apparently, the tetrodotoxin that can discharge you from the population in minutes has something of a narcotic effect in small doses, to the point where people will swear by seeing dolphins take turns passing the puffer until they're all stuck on its product. And if dolphins were humans, they'd definitely be the ones huffing markers in class. By the way, you really shouldn't do that. But dolphins are far from the only ones that get elevated and hella faded. It's believed that cats will eat grass and leaves because they contain folic acid, which helps move oxygen around the blood. Plus, when they throw it up, it helps clean out their system. So
yeah, I know what they're throwing up, but I never really thought about the grass for folic acid.
Surprised to see the biggest cat in America chewing on leaves. What's surprising is that it seems to put the jaguar in a trance and even induces kitten-like behavior. Like to the point where people believe that this apex predator will go out of its way to chew on leaves from the Yaji. And in doing so, they book a flight on the same plane as Joe Rogan. Scientists can't say for sure just why jaguars will go to these lengths to get zooted. Many natives will tell you that jaguars do it to buff their perception and senses, which heightens their hunting abilities. We don't know if the plants even affect them like that, but let's be real. We all know that look. That boy is gone. If your child ever came home looking like this, you definitely give them a talking to. So it's in my non-professional opinion that jaguars will purposely get off one when they're not busy hunting for a living. Because when nothing in the jungle can press you, you can afford to. Not the case for pandas though. They gotta take licks from everybody. That is—
I mean, look, I love pandas. I don't even know if we've ruined them, but they're such a ruined species. I know in captivity they barely breed because of us, but I mean, like, I don't know how evolution has treated them this way. They're such a mess.
Doesn't stop them from being a walking viral clip every time they're on camera. But there's actually a reason why you can make an entire playlist on pandas being cute. Mother pandas usually only raise one baby at a time. If she pops out twins, then it's all good for Mary Kay, but it might be up for Ashley. For most of a young panda's life, its only playmate is its mother. So when keepers hand-raise baby pandas and the baby pandas imprint on them, this is what happens, because this is what they do with their actual mothers. Another thing pandas like to go viral for is their very much one-sided beef with gravity in the form of falling out of trees. Well, like I said, a lot of animals can pack up pandas, especially when they're young, so their only option is to climb, which very much makes trees their safe haven. They climb to avoid predators, they climb to avoid other pandas, they'll even sometimes go through the process of making another panda in the trees. Trees are so important that young pandas instinctively love climbing. So much that many believe that the reason pandas like to hug their caretakers' legs is because they see human legs as trees and honestly can't help themselves. While this might be fun for them, this is actually a form of rewarded play, since climbing ends up being a massive part of their life. But so does rolling around, and there might be a reason for that too. First of all, panda bones are weirdly thick and heavy for their size, so the falls and tumbles they take don't hurt them nearly as much as you'd expect them to. Also, pandas are nearsighted, so it's possible they legitimately can't see what's in front of their faces. But many scientists believe pandas just enjoy rolling around, like to the point where mothers will often join their cubs doing it. They're not the only bears that can be playful. Polar bears can actually be just as goofy. It's just that
the only difference is that thing will kill you in 2 seconds.
Pandas are a lot less likely to John Wick a human for food.
Yeah, there you go.
Polar bears can form friendships where they eat, travel, and play together, and these relationships can last years. Their favorite way to bond is by wrestling, and like with dogs, a stronger polar bear will often self-handicap and let the smaller bear win. And also like with dogs, polar bears have their own way of asking for permission to play too. In their case, a polar bear will move its head from side to side to initiate a friendly sparring session. These pair bonds usually last a summer until they eventually go their separate ways for the harsh winter season. But time and time again, scientists have seen the same polar bear friends reuniting after breeding season and carrying on like nothing ever happened.
That's really
And honestly, I feel like most adult friendships go just like that. As in, you can go months without speaking or hearing from each other, but you can also link up and go on like they never left. But of course, polar bears know how to have fun by themselves too. Polar bears have been seen sliding down hills or across ice for hours for no reason other than having fun. So basically, even the biggest land predators on the planet know how to have a good time. But what about the biggest land animal, period? Well, it turns out, having fun is actually an important part of an elephant's life, and males and females are different in how they do it. Young males love roughhousing and play fighting, which actually helps prepare them for a future of running fades for female validation. This natural playful aggression is why you'll often see young male calves chasing around other animals. Hold on, wait for it. And there it is. That's what it looks like for a baby elephant to throw a tantrum. Fun for young females usually involves thrashing around vegetation, sticks, bones, and anything else they can wrap their...
I feel like I'm not even like interjecting in this video much at all compared to usual, because I'm just sitting here like what am I saying? Like, oh, it's so cute. Oh, that's so silly. Like, I am being traditional reactor in this one. There's just not much to chime in with other than aw.
Trunks around. But the ultimate sign of elephant fun is something they do called the floppy run. And it's exactly what it sounds like. When elephants really get excited, they'll shake their heads from side to side, they'll let their trunks hang loose and their ears flap in the wind, and they'll just run, all while trumpeting. It's usually calves and young teenagers that get floppy with it, but sometimes the whole herd gets involved. But considering half an elephant's time is spent in the water, then it makes sense that half their fun happens in there too. And if you've ever seen elephants playing in the water, it's actually wild how much they look like kids in a pool. There's something really satisfying about watching a 12,000-pound vibe check splashing around in water.
Yeah, see, if I saw that, I wouldn't really think that I was playing, though. I know it's more so me, because elephants are his favorite animal, I believe, right? Like, I believe Casual has said elephants are his favorite. If I saw this in the water, I would be like, oh no, that elephant's in harm. Meanwhile, I'd be the idiot because it's just having fun. But to me, it doesn't look like it's having fun.
Or like a child. And often they'll spray water at each other or sometimes even other animals just for the sport of it.
Okay,
and in this case, other animals can very much include humans. But all this lighthearted fun might actually be crucial to their survival. You see, some studies say that the most playful elephant calves grow up to be the ones best at coping with environmental stress, which increases their chances of survival. Again, we don't know if this is 100% true, but like I said, sometimes you need to just forget about why and just enjoy watching a baby elephant take a shower. But that's gonna do it for this video. I want to thank you all so much for the support this year. It really does mean a lot. And best believe, I got a lot more stuff planned for 2023. But for now, happy holidays.
This was in
Stay
2022?
safe out there, and I'll see you all in the next one.
Oh my god, yeah, that is ages ago. Oh my goodness. Well, that was a great video. It made me smile. It was a great way for to end the day. That was wonderful. I loved that. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this. All right. I love that. That was great. I love that. That was wonderful. All right. So here's the plan. We're going to be wrapping up about an hour early. I got a lot of the video. I got everything that I set out to watch done. Mostly because we didn't just do a big yapping session in the beginning because it was quiet. which is great for today. Normally, I don't like it being quiet. Normally, I want to be yapping all the time. But I wanted to get a backlog of videos for today, so that was really good. And now I can actually get some errands done, which is wonderful. But more importantly, if you guys want more content, Yura will be live on Twitch today in 1 hour. So go make sure you go give her a follow and go hang out with her. I believe she's playing Subnautica, maybe Monster Hunter. We'll see. Also, other thing, one of the games I might be playing on Twitch soon. It was 90% off, so I picked it up. Everybody's told me to play it for like a long time. Is Detroit Become Human? So I picked it up on the Steam sale. So maybe I'll play that in the future. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun today. Doing errands just like a mom would do. What do you want me to do? I'm gonna be a mom. I have to do stuff. I have errands that need to be run. I gotta go out and get the milk. Thanks for stream. No, thank you guys for being here. You guys mean the world to me. I say this every stream. I know there's redundancy in my actions in saying that, but like, I do mean it. You guys make every day fun. So again, tomorrow's a mess. If I'm on, it's gonna be a very short stream. Same for Wednesday. Tomorrow I'm collabing in the morning. Which I honestly I don't like collabing anymore. I really don't. I really don't like collabing anymore. But yeah, I'm collabing in the morning. And then I'm going to be on for a little bit. After I go on for a little bit, then Yura goes on. Then I'll be on again with another collab. And then Wednesday's Christmas Eve, and I have no idea what to expect. At the very least, I'll be releasing a video every single day this week. We got enough stuff today that I can release something every single day this week. I love and appreciate you. I'll be on the Ark server tonight if you guys want to hang out. And yeah, we'll go from there. But make sure you're hanging out with Yura today in an hour on Twitch, all right? Love and appreciate you all. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you for the kindness, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Take it, and I'll have a video up tonight. All right, take it easy and have a wonderful rest of your night.